Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku relived his UA days to stop the Nomu apocalypse? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Go check out Shackles of Time by Allunderskins and Eternalistic. It's another time-traveling ex-villain Izuku FIC and it's awesome. Plus V+. Izuku was quirkless, a label that defined his whole life. Helpless, talentless, useless. His fate was written in stone by the time he was 5. Sharp words and dark bruises were engraved onto his mind and body by everyone around him. Not even his best friend, Kaken, was spared when his sneers and heroic quirks seared into his skin. Everyone gave up on him before he could even begin. He was meant to die somewhere quietly in the background, where the world could forget that there was anyone named Izuku Midoriya. But he was a stubborn kid. He held on because he had his mother's love. Her kisses washed away the worst of the bruises. Her warm meals filled back his empty heart. Every hug, every gift, every precious moment spent with her was what made him keep on living, no matter how cruel the world became. He would be a hero for her. He wanted to save people just like she did. He'll change the world so that there were no more kids who had to suffer like Izuku Midoriya because of their quirk or lack of it. He would do it. He would show the world what a quirkless kid could do and shove it back in their faces. They beat him down and tried to break him, but he's stronger than their torment. He'll break the system or die trying. For his sake. For his mother's sake. For the only person who looked him in the eye after that fated doctor's appointment and told him, yes, you can be a hero. It'll take a lot of work and there will be a lot of difficult challenges, but I know that if there's anyone who can become the first quirkless hero, it'll be you, Izuku. For the longest time he carried those words with him. Even when the days grew dark and he couldn't breathe under the pressure, those words his mother spoke when he was 4 gave him hope. But like all beautiful dreams, it had to end someday. He turned 14. He was attacked, crushed by his idol, and saved Kaken only to be berated by the very same heroes who stood by and did nothing to help. It wouldn't have been all too bad. Okay, so heroes weren't all that great and the current number 1, the man he looked up to all his life, is kind of a fraud and doesn't think he'll amount to much because he's quirkless, but that's fine. It'll be fine. He'll redouble his efforts. He'll train more, build better support items, and be able to hack so efficiently that he may as well be a ghost in the digital world. The phone rang. He pattered up to the landline and answered, his world shattering once again with just a handful of impersonal words. His mother never came home that day. League of Villains strike UA and cripple All Might. First year's dead at UA attack. Chaos in UA. Hero killer murders UA student. Class 1A cursed? Sports festival winner kidnapped at UA training camp. He death of All Might at the hands of All for One. Quirkless gened UA student traitor for. League of Villains. UA shuts down after public riots for failing to protect students. Mastermind of the League of Villains is quirkless. How Japan came to fear quirkless villain. The abuse of number 1 heroes endeavors family. Public Hero Commission raising child soldiers as heroes? NU raises Tokyo and Mustafesu. NU spreads to China and Korea. The beginning of the end? We're your heroes now. It was silent. Dead silent. It didn't matter how much the wires fizzed, the metal clanged, or the small explosions from crossed circuits sounded off in the lab. It was silent. Everyone was dead. Izuku grit his teeth and tried reworking the circuits once more. 14-year-old him was an idiot. Those dreams of a brighter future with the League burned out when Shigaraki released an army of Nomu across Japan. He'd managed to escape with a handful of people and join up with another small group of survivors. It didn't matter that he and Toga and Dabi were villains. It didn't matter that Katsuki, Hatsum, Uraraka, and Shinso were heroes. Those distinctions had long been blurred, and so now all they were is a group of people trying to survive an impossible situation because they were all too stubborn to just die. There was no escaping this hellscape. There was no hope for a future. Not until recently anyway. He connected the wires and a spark of electricity flew. There was a quiet hum of the machine whirring to life. His breath hitched, eyes wide and unbelieving as he slipped out from underneath the panel, careful not to bang his prosthetic leg against the floor again. He shot up and started scanning the controls, the gate, the power source as the machine rumbled underneath his fingertips. He took a step back and ran his hands through his messy, greasy, tangled hair. He pulled his goggles away from his eyes and snapped them on his head. He looked at the machine in awe and let out a laugh. It's working. It's working. The pitter-patter of feet came up from behind him and he turned around, still beaming. Standing there was a girl barely into her teens. The stained white shirt she wore was 2 sizes too big and had the sleeves ripped. Urarika's faded pink jacket wrapped snugly around her frame, the sleeves rolled up to her forearms. Ripped jeans, scuffed combat boots, belts lashed securely around her hips and torso that held togas and Shinse's knives. Choppily cut white hair brushed the tips of her shoulders in ragged waves. Bright red eyes on a haggard face stared back at him. Her bangs fell over her forehead but parted at her golden horn. His smile tapered off into something softer, gentler. "Hey, Eri." She swallowed thickly. She marched forward, face hardened to hide the hopeful gleam in those ruby eyes in case she hadn't heard him right. Izuku's heart panged. That old ache rose back up at the sight of a kid who had to grow up too fast too soon. Even before things went to hell with the Nomu, she'd been stuck with the Yakuza. She never got the chance to experience a normal childhood. He resolved to change it this time. "Deku and I." She murmured, tired eyes raking over the machine. She took in every aspect of it, the soft hum, the gigantic gate, the control panel. Her gaze flickered back to his. "This is it?" "Yeah, Eri." He ruffled her hair. "It's time." She scoffed, cracking a small smile. "You're terrible." Got my favorite little sister in the whole wide world to laugh, didn't it? "You're incorrigible." He whistled. Big word for a short stack. She punched his arm and he faked a gasp of pain. Her face scrunched up and she shook her head. "For Kami's sake, you were the shortest out of all of us." He groaned. "Don't remind me. Dabi never let me forget." Quiet chuckles that petered off. Silence passed between them. It felt unreal, almost. After years of surviving in this post-apocalyptic world, after all the people they lost, after resigning themselves to just trying to get to the next day alive, they finally had the chance to undo all of that. No more deaths. No more Nomu. No more apocalypse. "You'll kick their butts for me, right?" She grinned. "Who do you think you're talking to? An idiot? Where did I go wrong with raising you?" She patted his arm unsympathetically and sauntered over to the machine. Izuku scurried after her as she sat down on the floor. He made quick work of fastening the helmet to her head, checking over the controls one last time, and making a brief prayer in his head that this was going to work for once in his life. An explosion rocked the base. Eri and Izuku looked at each other, paling. That blast came from 2 up, which meant they have a handful of minutes to get the ball rolling. Wordlessly, Izuku fired up the machine as his little sister bared her teeth in a fierce scowl that would make Katsuki proud. Her eyes locked onto the blast door on the other side of the room. Her hands tightly gripped the knives stashed in her jacket, poised to throw at a moment's notice. Izuku flitted around the controls, fiddling with levers and cranks and buttons and switches. "Eri, power up now." A bright golden glow glimmered from under the helmet. It traveled through the wires that fed directly into the gate. With a crackle, sparks began to burst, and then a shining portal of white light encapsulated the space bordered by the metal frame. With a crash, the door to the lab blasted open and smashed into the opposite wall in a hunk of twisted metal. A blur of silver zipped through the air and impaled the incoming Nomu in its exposed brain with a screech of pain and fury. Eri whirled her head around to the frantic man, yelling, "Go, Deku!" More Nomu started pouring in. Eri threw knife after, impaling each one through the brain and eyes with a shriek of fury. "Go!" He dashed to the portal. He squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth as his heart screamed at him to turn around and join the battle to save Eri, his sister. But he can't. He whipped around one last time, committing her small frame and furious, desperate expression as she fought against the Nomu with the knives of her fallen brothers and sisters. "I love you, Eri. I'll find you." She grinned ferally, though it was pained and she was down to her last knife. "You better beat Shisakai to the ground for me." "Love you, Deku." He jumped into the portal. The last thing he could see before he disappeared entirely was a Nomu reaching out for his sister and her panicked expression before her eyes caught his. She smiled. Then nothing. Izuku walked through the door of his and his mother's shared apartment, ready to collapse at a moment's notice. His nose burned with the stench of sewage clinging to his gakurin, but it's been there for so long that he could no longer smell it. He was exhausted. He'd love nothing more than to drop dead to the floor and sleep, but he didn't want to inconvenience his mother with his tired body blocking the entrance. Shower first, then change, and then collapse. A ring jolted him out of his thoughts. He frowned, not really feeling up to answering it, but something in his gut told him that he should. Or maybe it was just nausea from swallowing that sewage. Maybe he could get Mom to take him with her for a checkup at the hospital when she goes for her night shift? He blearily stumbled over to the landline and managed to pick it up after a few tries. Hello. He croaked. "Is this the Midoriya residence?" "Why yes, this is Izuku, Inko Midoriya's son." Silence. "Midoriya-sen, I'm sorry to say this, but your mother." A fog pulled over his mind. Inko Midoriya was there at the sludge villain attack at the shopping district. One of Kaken's stray blasts had exploded a nearby cafe where she was enjoying her day off. Everyone was able to evacuate in time, but she died, saving the life of a child with her body when the debris came down. She was the only casualty in the whole attack. She died, leaving him on his own. He bounced from home to home. No one wanted to take care of a quirkless child after all, whose fate was that of failure before he even had a chance to prove himself. He still went to Aldra. The jeering grew worse. His classmates all told him that it would be better if the sludge villain had taken him instead of Bakugo. None of them knew about the fate of his mother, because her casualty had been blotted out for sake of Bakugo. After all, what he did was an accident, and it would severely damage the victim's mental health if he were to find out he indirectly killed someone. The next 4 months was torture. His mother was the only bit of light in his life, and now she's gone. He wouldn't come home to gentle hugs and smiles and katsudan. He'd go to a house where the other kids picked on him and the adults turned the other way. He'd be lucky to get any dinner before it was stolen by the others. He wanted to see his mother again. He couldn't blame her for saving that kid's life. He just wished she didn't have to die in the process as well. He gritted his teeth as he limped to that house. His body was decorated with bruises and burns, courtesy of the other kids in his classroom and Bakugo's lackeys. Should he be glad that Bakugo no longer joined in the torment? It's not like he hasn't destroyed him enough already. His eyes burned. His throat clogged with despair or rage, he didn't know. He ducked into an empty alleyway and ripped his backpack off his shoulders, sending it hurtling to the ground. His books, textbooks, and that stupid hero analysis journal that was burnt to a crisp spilled out into the pavement. He screamed in frustration and broke down, falling on his knees and sobbing his heart out. "What ails you, child?" He threw in a breath and his head shot up. A man in a tailored two-piece suit stood there on the other side of the alleyway. His body looked seemingly incorporeal, comprised of a dark mist that rose and disappeared like a silent flame. He had a grocery bag in one hand. His yellow eyes burned brightly in the dark. His analysis book was open in front of his feet. Izuku sniffed and hastily wiped his face. He got to his feet muttering, Sorry, sir, I didn't mean to bother why. I'll be GG going now." He bowed, but a sharp pain lacing his thigh had him wince and crumple back to the ground instead. The mist man moved forward and dropped his groceries. He caught Izuku before he fell, but he hissed as the man pressed against one of his injuries on his shoulder. He was gently lowered to the ground. The man's eyes narrowed as they scanned his body. "You're injured. Do you have anyone you can call to come help you?" He weakly scoffed, frustration and bitterness creeping up his throat. "No. They won't bother with a quirkless loser like me. I'm useless." The confession rang out in the alleyway in silence. Izuku realized with mounting horror what he just said and stammered, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "It's all right," the mysterious man gently said. "And I would have to say, you're far from useless." He grimaced. He shook his head, weakly smiling. "Thanks for trying to make me feel better, but really, I don't have anything going for me." "That's not true." The mist man picked up the burnt notebook from the ground, and Izuku's heart lurched at the sight of it. "You're quite the observant young man. I'm certain that any of those listed here would appreciate your thoughts." But they're heroes," he weakly argued. "Why would they listen to a quirkless person like me? And no one does." "I would." Izuku blinked. He scanned the man for any semblance of a lie, but his body language read that he was being honest. His breath stuttered and he whispered, "Ah, really?" The man nodded. He reached out a hand. "Why not come to my home so that I can have those injuries treated? I know a few people who would love to hear about your observations of their quirks." A spark ignited in Izuku's viridian eyes. Eyes that had been glazed and dull for the past 4 months. A tentative smile bloomed on his face as he hesitantly held the hand that reached out to him. "Did he like that?" At that time, Izuku Midoriya disappeared into that portal. His sudden disappearance would be reported as a missing persons case, shelved and forgotten the very day it was filed as a runaway. What they didn't know was that the boy would later attend UA's general education course as Akatani Mikumo. What they didn't know was that he would become one of the most feared villains in all of Japan. "VK, jump off a roof and pray you'll have a quirk in your next life." Cackles and pops stabbed at Izuku's migraine. He felt a second away from throwing up, and these noisy idiots weren't helping. He hissed and gripped his head with one hand, counting his breaths and waiting for the pain to subside. More yelling, probably addressed to him. He needed to get away and regroup, ride out the headache and figure out where and when he is. The shouts turned acrid. A searing pain clamped around his shoulder. Instincts kicked in and he ripped the burning hand off of him. He moved it to the side away from his body and yanked. There was another screech and an explosion popped off, but his opponent was off balance and tipped forward. Izuku used the momentum to brutally drive his knee into the other's gut, and there was a GG. He pushed the enemy away and turned them around, slamming them onto the floor and pinning them onto the floor with their arms sticking up in the air at an odd angle. His opponent screamed and thrashed, popping noises erupted all around his foe. He bent the arm a little more until there was a pop. The opponent below him screeched. He grimaced as the pain in his head. His brain was hammering the inside of his skull relentlessly. The world still blurred and swayed, and he slowly counted back up to 10 and watched his breathing. He cracked open an eye. Then the other. He fully opened his eyes and was finally able to see the person he had pinned down, spiky blonde hair and swearing death threats from a childhood long forgotten. Izuku squinted. "Katsuki?" The other boy flinched but swiftly covered it up with a snarl. "Let go of me, you freak, so I can pulverize you worthless, quirkless pebble." Izuku frowned, wondering what the hell he was taking about when he finally took note of his surroundings. He was in a classroom. At Aldra Junior High. His classmates and the old decrepit teacher were staring at him agape. Well shiz. Like hell is he dealing with this circus right now. He swiftly collected his things with one arm, body running on autopilot as he stuffed it all into an annoyingly bright, canary yellow bag that he slung over his shoulder. He let Katsuki go and dodged the kick he sent with ease. The blonde was on his feet not even a split second later, one arm hanging limply to the side, and he roared. Right hook. What he wanted. He grabbed that arm and redirected it to the window. A huge explosion ripped through the glass and shattered it. Izuku slammed his knee into his gut, again, and Katsuki tried another kick. It made it all the easier to knock him off balance and throw him to the two lackeys who had been standing, petrified by the whole scene. He had a handful of seconds before Katsuki came after him again, but those handful of seconds would be all he needs. He turned around and leapt out of the window, ignoring the horrified screams and shouts that came from the classroom behind him. He hit the ground rolling and ran out of the courtyard, out of the gates, out of that hellhole they called school. He wasn't sure how far he ran. He came across a beaten-down road before he collapsed to the side from exhaustion and just laid there. He stared up at the bright blue sky as fluffy clouds languidly rolled past. Time travel. They did it. They actually did it. A small chuckle escaped his lips. For Kemi's sake. He and Eri and all the others had managed to build a time machine, and he was transported back to junior high. No Nomu apocalypse. No League of Villains. Just plain old quirkless Deku before everything went to hell. He counted his breaths, taking a moment to drink in their victory. Time to save the future. The first thing he did, as any time traveler worth their salt would do, is check the date. He still had his phone in his backpack when he flicked it on and nearly dropped it. It's the first day of the term. He's a third year. Today would be the day Katsuki tells him to jump. He'd be attacked by the sludge villain before All Might swoops in, crushes his dreams, and then swoop in a second time after the sludge villain goes after Katsuki. It was also the day his mom died. He wasted no time dialing her number with trembling hands, fingers restlessly drumming against the side of the device as it rang. There was a click. Hello? Izuku? Sweetie? Is something wrong? His breath stuttered. Baby. Tears poured down his cheeks. He opened his mouth but choked on a sob instead. For the first time in years, a genuine smile split his face. Hey Mom. Sweetheart. What's wrong? I'm off duty today so I can come pick you up from school. He bit his lip and wetly chuckled. He wiped a tear falling down his face and wistfully replied, Yeah. Why yeah, I'd like that. I'm already on my way. Can you explain to me what's happening? He thought about it for a moment. I'll tell you later. Today has just been a pretty long day. I'm not at school though. Something happened and I had to leave campus early. On second thought, why you don't need to pick me up. I'll see you when I get home. Cammy, if that doesn't send a knife straight through his heart. When the hell was the last time he'd call their apartment home? Alright. If you're sure. You may be 14 now, Izuku, but you know you can trust your mother. With anything. I can make Katsudon tonight and we can put on an All Might movie. He snorted, laughing. Your Katsudon is the best, Mom. I'll see you soon. I love you. I love you too, Izuku. What? I'm almost there. The call ended with a click. Izuku sighed, letting all the tension bleed out of him. He felt so much lighter than he used to. Hearing his mom's voice reminded him that this was all real. He's back in the past with a second chance to make things better. A second chance to make sure his mom will be there. He looked up. In another life, Izuku Midoriya would walk into an underpass and be attacked by a slime villain. He would be rescued by All Might, told he couldn't become a hero, and left on a rooftop like yesterday's trash. He'd hear the explosions, save Katsuki, get scolded by pro-heroes when they find out his quirkless status, and go home to an impersonal call telling him his mother was dead. In that life, society had broken him so thoroughly he became a shell. In that life, he broke the world by becoming a villain. In this life, he stared at that same underpass that haunted his dreams, not 20 feet away from where he was lying down. He turned around and left pretty quickly after that. So what you mean to tell me is that you're from the future where I die, you become a villain, and monsters take over the world, so you and your friends built a time machine to travel back to the present to prevent all of that from happening. Izuku pondered over her explanation for a moment, basking in the heat of his hot chocolate and the blanket draped around his shoulders. He shrugged. Sounds about right. His mother stared at him. And you're certain that it wasn't a dream? Nope. He took a long, loud slurp of his hot chocolate, relishing in the rich, sweet drink. Even if it did kind of flop in his stomach. Mentally, of course. Don't think I can dream of my leg being amputated so vividly. It's kinda weird to see it back now. Ugh. His mother turned her head away and stared off into the distance. Izuku, baby, what the hell? He snorted. Don't think I've ever heard you swear before, Mom. Oh my gosh, Izuku. He set his drink down the table before his mother tackled him in a hug. He buried his face into her shoulder and leaned into the touch, contentedly humming as she cried her eyes out. I really miss this, Mom. She pulled away, still crying. I'm so sorry, Izuku. You had to go through all of that because... Nope, I'm not having this. He firmly set his hands down on both her shoulders, looking her in the eye. Mom, you are the most wonderful, amazing parent I could ever have. I don't blame you one bit for dying, so don't start beating yourself over it. You're alive. You're no longer in danger of death by collapsing building. That was supposed to happen today, but as you can clearly see, it didn't. So I'm not going to foster care and I won't end up becoming a villain, because honestly, being a villain sort of SCD when you have a megalomaniac breathing down your neck 24/7. She burst into another set of tears and hugged the life out of him. He patted her back, waiting for this round to subside. Izuku. She hiccuped. I'm all right now, Mom, he gently said. I feel pretty happy right now, actually. There's so much to take in. She wailed. He switched to rubbing her back instead of patting. I'm sorry to dump all of this on you, Mom, but I didn't want to keep it a secret. Not you, not ever. You don't deserve that. Plus, you'd probably figure out pretty quick something was up considering I'm not so, sunshine. Why? I'm glad you told me, baby, she sniffed, pulling away once more. She seemed to say something but then hesitated. Izuku, sweetie, what are you going to do now? He scratched his head, leaning back into the sofa. I haven't thought about that. My first priority was reaching you, so I don't have a plan just yet. Is it possible for you to tell the H-heroes about all this? He grimaced. They wouldn't believe me. If a random kid were to come up to you and tell you what I just told you, would you believe them? She wilted. And no. I suppose not, she sighed forlornly. Is there anyone else you can go to for help? He shook his head. Not without establishing a rapport with them first. I'm the only one who can change things right now. A hand grabbed his. He turned to his mother's earnest eyes as she smiled. You have me too, sweetie. I won't lie. I don't like you putting yourself in danger like this, but I won't be able to stop you, will I? He shook his head. There's too many lives on the line, many of whom I care about. If it helps, I became one of Japan's most feared villains because of my analyses and tactical thinking, and I survived a Nomu apocalypse for years now. I can protect myself. Her eyes softened. He knew she was staring at him like he's broken, but frankly he couldn't muster up the anger because that's exactly what he is. Broken. Even before the shiz show that was supposed to happen today, Izuku was already a corpse, battered and beaten, that walked with a smile on his face until it didn't and his hands became stained with blood. His mother verbalized none of that though. She wordlessly ruffled his head instead and he leaned into it, like a sunflower to the sun, humming contentedly. But you have to include your mother, all right? The least I can do is support you. You're going to need all the help you can get, Izuku. I don't care if you can take down society and even monsters. This is still a task that's too big for one person to handle. Promise me you'll find more people to help you? He nodded. Without a doubt. Good. She leaned in and kissed his forehead. Now off to bed with you. You may mentally be a fully grown adult, but you're in a 14-year-old body right now and today has been quite the day for you. You'll always be my baby, Izuku. Mom. He whined without any real complaint. She smiled. Get going. I'll call the school tomorrow and get you the week off. You need to rest if you'll be off gallivanting to save the world, and I want to spend time with my baby. Cammy knows we both need it. He smiled right back. Thanks, Mom. I love you. She giggled. I love you too, sweetheart. True to his word, Izuku spent the next few days just relaxing. The school didn't mention anything about his altercation with Katsuki. Probably because they didn't want to acknowledge the quirkless pebble who was meant to be nothing more than that, a pebble, had actually thrashed and dislocated the shoulder of their prize student who would become a hero on day. It made the old, dull anger in him rear its head. At the system, for failing him and Katsuki so badly that it churned out a supervillain and a hero who didn't deserve that title. Well, not yet at least. His Katsuki was one he came to begrudgingly respect, because at least he had the decency to apologize and change back when he was Mikumo in 1C. This Katsuki was a little whiny snitch that he couldn't wait to beat the shiz out of with his gigantic inferiority-superiority complex. But it was easy to shove that out of his mind when he spent more and more time with his mother. He missed going to the park for long walks with her, and getting ice cream and going out to eat. The transition was honestly jarring. One moment, he's scavenging for food and supplies for him and Eri while working on the time machine. The next, he's back with his mom and able to taste her cooking. He thought he'd never get the chance to after she had died in the original timeline. It was bliss. This time, it'll be better. This was all real now. He wakes up every morning thinking he'll be on the floor of the lab with Eri right beside him. He's constantly looking over his shoulder and straining his ears for any telltale signs of Nomu in the vicinity. He knows his odd habits that kept him alive are worrying his mother. He's sleeping on the floor of his bedroom rather than his bed, because the bed is too soft and uncomfortable after getting used to sleeping on concrete. He eats in small portions and shies away from anything heavy, save for that first hot chocolate. The result of living on scraps. He has trouble in large crowds and open spaces where there's nowhere to hide. He has insanely high pain tolerance and difficulty gauging what is normal for people now. As evident by his mother screaming when she saw the blackened skin of his shoulder after his initial fight with Katsuki at school. Don't worry. Nothing a band-aid couldn't fix. So, yeah, he's happy but worrying the freak out of his mother. He's trying though. At least he's sleeping on a futon instead of the floor now. So what will you do now? She murmured one night. They were set up in the living room and he was furiously scrawling away every single detail he remembered from the first timeline in A. He paused in his writing, then shrugged. Not sure. There's too many ways things can go wrong. She pursed her lips. Maybe we can take this step by step? Why not train your body first? That seems like as good as a place as any to begin. He looked down at his scrawny limbs. He poked the flab on his arm, gulping. Yeah, training first. Getting back up to where I was before. She nodded, humming approvingly. I'm assuming you'll need a diet plan as well? They got to work after that. His mother was right, he needed to figure out a diet plan. Thankfully she was a nurse and had experience with patients in rehab, so she had a general idea of what they should be looking at. They composed a basic schedule of light meals that would become hopefully heavier as time progressed, as well as some light exercises he could do without risking collapse due to his light eating habits. He worked on his flexibility. He worked on his stamina by taking long walks, not jogging. His mother told him it'd be better to go for it once he ate more. He scanned hero forums and made a game of analyzing strangers on the street to keep his mind sharp after years of not having to analyze any quirks. He even managed to get back into mechanical engineering. Thank Kami for Dagoba, he has enough resources and private space to build and test his gear without any worry of blowing up the apartment. Plus there was hacking. He's still pretty rusty after years of not needing a computer, but he's got some practice in thanks to building the time machine. It wasn't that difficult to hack into the city cams of his surrounding area. He's still in the process of tweaking his phone so that he doesn't have to lug a laptop around the city if he wants to hack, but it's taking a while since he'd never done something like this before. Though it was easy to set up a group chat with his mom that was secure from prying eyes. Screw you, Hero Commission. He's going to enjoy taking you down this round. He took a deep breath and sighed. His last year of junior high was progressing differently from the original timeline. It grated on his nerves that he was getting bullied all over again. That fight with Katsuki did nothing to deter them, especially the blonde. In fact, it made the blonde come after him even harder. He could fight any of them and have them on the ground in less than a second. He could ruin any single one of their lives before their high school careers could even begin, and he could get the school shut down before half the week was over. He wanted to at least stand up for himself to get them to back off, but unfortunately, being quirkless means that every single altercation is skewed against you. Tell the teacher that the other kids write on your desk that you're useless? They're encouraging you to do better. Get beaten up by kids to the point where you're coughing up blood? Simple teenage roughhousing. Getting spider lilies on your desk every day? They're just trying to spruce up the place, Midoriya. Stop trying to demean your classmates and seek attention. What he wouldn't give to just crazy. He's more lethal with an eraser than any person in that classroom with their quirk. But he has to keep his head down and pretend he's weak. Quirkless Deku, Otherwise he's going to get even more flags on his record than he already did. No wait, he can just hack the system. Yet another change in his life. All of his All Might memorabilia were either sold or packed away. A majority of his wall was dominated by a ridiculously huge corkboard that was thankfully bought cheap at a yard sale. On it were notes and drawings and clippings and a map marked up. Pins were everywhere. Strings even more so. He had so many things to do, and thankfully he has a whiteboard to keep track of what needs to happen. Save Eri from the Yakuza. Stop Dabi and Toga from becoming villains. Prevent UA from shutting down. Stop Shigaraki at USJ. Get Shinso out of foster care. He grimaced, bitterly remembering everything that happened to his friends, and none of them had happy lives before he met them. Which reminds him, better add getting the littlest Todoroki away from Endeavor's grasp. He scratched his head. He has two options at this point: become a vigilante or become a hero course student. The villain thing is off the table, because there's no way he'd make it without punting Shigaraki and All for One to next Tuesday the moment he saw them. And as loath as he is to admit, he was never able to go up against All for One no matter how many lifetimes he lived. So that option is no longer feasible. As a vigilante, however, he'll have more freedom and access to Japan's underbelly. Working outside the law allowed him to resolve the more time-sensitive issues without waiting for all the red tape that comes with it. No need to worry about his status as a hero student while interacting with Dabi and Toga, and he won't need permission to go blowing up the 8 Precepts base to rescue Eri. On the other hand, he'll lack the extensive resources and connections hero students have, plus being in 1A guarantees a lot of interactions with the League and chances to take Shigaraki out. He grimaced. So he has to choose between the ones he loves and the fate of the world. Great. Why not do both then? His mother tilted her head, staring at the board. You can become a vigilante to help all of your friends, and you can stop when you go to UA as a hero student. And if the police were to arrest you, well, there's nothing in the law that states quirkless people can commit vigilantism, since you need a quirk to do that. He stared at her for a moment before rushing up and giving her a kiss on the cheek. Mom, you're a genius. Which is where he found himself 4 months later in the dead of night. He wore a nondescript dark green hoodie over a Kevlar vest he repurposed and a shirt. He had dark, baggy pants tucked in combat. Boots. Shin guards. Arm guards. Motorcycle gloves and thin ski mask to hide his hair and freckles. Green goggles he designed with state-of-the-art, or as much as it gets when working with literal junk, heat vision, night vision, and a zoom-in option. A belt full of taser discs, tracking listening devices, exploding pellets with pepper spray, and a pair of batons with a taser feature that he can combine into a staff for mid-range combat. Plus the modified gas mask. All in all, not a flashy ensemble, but the more important thing is that this will get the job done. His focus right now is tracking Dabi, Toga, and Shinso down. As much as he wants to rush into the Precepts base to save Eri, he doesn't even know if Kai is their leader just yet. He doesn't trust the old boss with her because he knew from her stories that he kept her locked up like a bird in a cage. Poking around would alert them, and he didn't have the resources or strength to go toe-to-toe with them just yet. He needs to take out the entire base and make sure that they can never recover. Otherwise they'd go after Eri again and she'll never be safe. So if he wants to take out the Yakuza, he's going to need to bide his time a little longer until just before the entrance exams, because he remembers that was when their operation picked up. Is he going to have a panic attack when he sees all of his friends' family again? Is he going to cry for months when he sees Shinso? Definitely. Oh, Cammy. He's gonna have nightmares after all this. He huffed. He took out his notebook and pulled up a map of the area. He doesn't know where any of them are at this time. He knows where Shinso will be by the time UA starts, but any time before that is up in the air because he kept running away from home and changes them constantly. Dabi and Toga were living together as roommates, and again he has no idea where they were prior to the League. Just snippets from past conversations. Which is still a pretty broad freaking area that spans a multitude of districts, but Izuku is nothing but determined to succeed. And if he can cram in his childhood goal of becoming a hero and saving people, he can call it training for the hero course. And community service for his time as an ex-villain. Let him enjoy a childhood he didn't have, because he didn't realize how much he lost until he met Eri. He leapt from roof to roof, slowly working back into the rhythm of moving in his 14-year-old body. He was slowly regaining his body pre-warp bit by bit. It was still constraining to not be as energetic and freely move as he once did, but he's getting there. At least he has his leg. A sharp cry went up from a nearby alleyway. Izuku sprinted towards it, hoping over gaps between buildings and free-falling between heights. He landed on the ground and rolled forward to minimize the impact of his leap. He dashed to the ledge and sequestered himself in the shadows, peering down from his perch to assess the situation. Below, 3 guys. 1 octopus mutation, and 2 unknowns, since they haven't used their quirks yet. Surrounding another guy in a rumpled business suit with a panda mutation. Standard beat-up. Cash grab, most likely, if what they're yelling about wallets has anything to do. Izuku hopped off his perch and flung 2 stun discs to the unknowns and drop-kicked the octopus in the head. The unknowns cried out as they spasmed on the floor as electricity coursed through their veins. The octopus guy crashed his head against the wall and was simply knocked out. Izuku counted to 5 in his head before reaching a hand out towards the unknowns. He twisted a band on his wrist and the 2 metal discs whizzed to his open palm. He caught them and shoved them back into their respective pocket and zip-tied them together before depositing them against the wall. 1 minute. Not bad. WWH, who are you? Izuku turned towards the panda man. He was cowering against the wall with his briefcase clutched firmly against his torso like a shield. The boy vigilante shrugged, a distorted voice filtering through his mask. Not important. Let's get those injuries treated and call the cops. Your phone work? The panda man quickly patted down the pocket of his stained blazer. He pulled out the device and winced. The screen was shattered and it was bent at an odd angle. Sorry. Izuku waved him off. No worries. I'll take care of it then. He whipped out a burner cell and quickly dialed emergency services. There was a click and the voice said, "Hello, this is Mustafesu Police Department. What is your emergency?" Attempted robbery in the alleyway down Roka Avenue between Hikaru's boutique and Everyday Florals. His distorted voice relayed. I am sorry, could you please repeat? Victim is a middle-aged man with a panda mutation dressed in a business suit. He's moderately injured, mainly bruises and possible broken bones, but none life-threatening. Who is calling Dash? He pressed the button on the phone and hung up. He refocused his efforts on bandaging the guy's arm, who winced with every loop he made. Thank you, the older man murmured. Izuku nodded, tying up the bandage and standing. It's not a problem. Would you like for me to walk you to entrance to wait for the police? I would appreciate that very much, young man. Izuku slung his arm over his shoulder and together, they hobbled over to the end of the alley that spilled into a wide street. He set the man down on the pavement and turned around to leave when... Wait! He paused. The panda man shakily stood up, leaning against the wall as he gulped. What C can I call you? Izuku pet his head. He shrugged. Whatever you want, I guess. He dashed away, flinging his arm up into the air and shooting out a grappling hook from his vambrace. It caught and he launched himself up and into the air, landing silently on the rooftop. He crouched down, hidden in the shadows, silently watching the situation in case something were to happen again before the police arrived, and he took off. In another world, Izuku Midoriya would have lost his mother and his faith in society, turning to villainy as a means to save himself and rewrite the broken system that failed him. In this world, Izuku Midoriya's mother was alive and would fret over her son as she checked for wounds, grilling him on his first night out as a vigilante. He wouldn't come home to beatings and bruises and abuse. He wouldn't come home to a classy bar with Kurogyri and Tamura awaiting a report on a hero to be felled. He'd come home to a warmth believed to have been lost long ago, with a woman he'd thought he would never see again. A delicate smile curled his lips as he changed into his pajamas and tucked himself into the futon. Time travel. Funny business. Naomasa wasn't sure whether to laugh, cry, or tear his hair out and eat his hat. He's sorely tempted to start mixing his coffee with energy drinks and tequila again. Should he be doing that as a senior detective? But he knows that none of his supervisors would reprimand him with a case like this dropping onto his lap. Viridian, the name of the elusive vigilante that popped up a week ago and subsequently took all of Japan by storm. A moniker given by the police after his debut saving a salaryman with a panda mutation, and the only description they were able to glean from the poor man was the color green. Of course, the public is blissfully unaware of his existence. Only a few mentions here and there on backwater forums from the people he saved. But as for the police force and every single underground and daylight hero and legend, he took down a major drag ring, an illegal support item black market, a quarter of the gangs in Mizudafu, stopped more muggings a night than Eraser has ever dealt with in an entire week, and has dropped copious amounts of information on cold cases that were reopened and subsequently solved. It doesn't matter how many blunders the cops on the case make. Viridian makes sure that those cases get closed. And did he mention that the vigilante somehow managed to hack into the precinct's database? A lot of people like to think that the police force is underfunded, which is not a lie but nowhere as bad as the public believes, but they do boast one of the most robust systems to date. On par with most hero agencies, complete with techno-quirks and firewalls that make even seasoned white hats blink twice. Yet this guy managed to get in. Even worse, it took them until an hour ago before they even realized it. And to top it all off, the only reason why they noticed it in the first place was because the guy had revamped their defenses and left a note on one of their servers that read, "Here, I reworked the system and made it better. You're welcome." Some vigilante. He wanted to strangle that idiot vigilante and eat his hat. So suffice to say, Viridian has caused more problems for him in the past week than Crawler and his gang ever did in the past few years. Maybe he should get in touch with them sometime? He's pretty sure he has Himawari's number somewhere. There's always Makoto in case he can't find it. Maybe Crawler and Popstep can keep an eye on the guy and see what the hell his motives are. He hopes he's got another nice guy situation on his hands. Someone who's doing vigilante work for the sake of being a good person, and not in the way Stendhal went about it. The world doesn't need a second stain on their hands. Much less one that's amassing an information empire. He groaned once more and slammed his head down on the desk. Again, why is he the go-to guy whenever it comes to these vigilante cases? Is this because of his work with the Narahata vigilantes? Or did the chief figure out their connection with Makoto? Why did Viridian have to be such a pain in the... The door clicked open. Naomasa blearily lifted his head, a paperclip that was stuck to his cheek clattering onto the desk. Eraser lifted a brow in response. The pro-hero took in the detective's haggard state, the tornado of papers and files scattered across his desk, and the trash can overflowing with used coffee grinds. Eraser slumped over in resignation as he said, "Viridian?" Naomasa wordlessly dropped his head back onto the table. He heard a sigh as the door closed and Eraser strode in. "What do you have on him?" The detective wordlessly slid the manila file over. There was a rustle of papers as the other flipped through it, swiftly going through its contents. He stopped. There's not a lot of information that questions his identity. Most of this file is composed of incident reports and cases that could potentially be linked to him. The age range is fairly large too. And support items? Naomasa pinched the bridge of his nose. He winced as Eraser pored over the painfully thin file for their latest vigilante case. He uses a voice modifier and a burner phone to call crimes in when the victim doesn't have access to their phone. From the description we have of him, he's short enough to be in junior high, but the way he carries himself and his skill set puts him on par with most adults. His height could be the result of a mutation, which also explains why he's completely clothed if he has identifiers that are mutation-specific. They have him pegged around 20s at least. The kid theory is still on the table, but it's looking less and less likely by the passing day. The support items are a mystery though. I have a team out surveying the black market for anything like he has, but there's nothing so far. Either a private supplier or he's making them himself, Eraser concluded. Naomasa nodded. Could be. He seems intelligent enough to pull it off. In any case, we're still looking into the supplier theory for now. Those support items of his are pretty dangerous if they hit the black market, and if they came from a supplier then we need to stop it now. Once we get a hit, all we have to do is swoop in, arrest them, and see if we can get a lead out of them. The other man grunted. He turned back to the folder. No records of illegal quirk usage. Statements from victims are vague at best. Criminals state he was too fast for any of them to make out before they were knocked out. So far we think he has a mental quirk or a minor physical enhancement quirk, Nomu sighed, massaging his temples. A techno quirk is the strongest possibility right now, since he managed to hack our system's database and revamp it. Eraser's head snapped up. What? I know, we just found out today. He bemoaned. I don't even want to think about what this guy would do if he slips. You and I both know how easy it is for a vigilante to turn villain, and if a guy who can bypass the precinct's firewalls, obtain information that heroes and the police couldn't, and take down multiple criminal organizations in the span of a week were to go dark. The other man grimaced. I'm aware. How many heroes have been sent after him? 10, Nomu bluntly stated. One of them even had a tracking quirk, but none of them has even caught a glimpse of this guy. The precinct is getting pretty desperate, as you can already tell. Eraser grunted in affirmation. Am I to arrest him? Officially? Yes, Nomu scratched the back of his head and sighed. But there are talks going around about whether we should jail him or rehabilitate him. No one can deny the amount of good he's done. And I know it's been a week, but he's making it very clear that it'll be impossible to take him in by force. So it would be better to establish a connection with the guy before bringing him down. Honestly, he'd be a pretty darn good detective for the police force, or even an underground hero like you, Eraser. The man scoffed. I'll see it with my own eyes. Anything else I should be informed of? Nomu crossed his arms. From the few interactions we're able to glean, he's blunt and gets straight to the point, but remains relatively compassionate. The victims all mention that he stayed with them to check over them to make sure they're all right before the police showed up. He patches up the worst ones and leaves the rest to paramedics. None of it looks professional, but it gets the job done. So it's safe to conclude he's had a lot of experiences fixing people up. Do we know why? Part of an underground fighting ring? Gang member? Domestic abuse? He shook his head. Too early to tell. It can't be the first option, since the vigilante's work matches none of what we've seen from the doctors at fighting rings, but the other two are still up for debate. A sharp nod. Got it? Is that all? Yeah, Nomu. He operates around Mustafesu in the early evenings, roughly between 1900 hours and 1 in the morning. Should I put out a notice to nearby agencies that you'll be changing your hours? It's better that way. I'll be taking my leave now. Eraser? The hero paused but made no move to turn around. Nomu huffed amusedly. Let's go for drinks after this case wraps up. We should probably swing by Narahata sometime and see how Himawari and the others are doing. Eraser grunted. He gave no answer to the invitation and left. A small, dark figure leapt from rooftop to rooftop. Flashes of green illuminated by moonlight before plunging back between shadowed buildings. Shoyuta eyed the vigilante as he vaulted over a large AC unit and disappeared behind it. Viridian, the nickname given to the elusive vigilante by the police. The hero could see why Tsukachi had said the suspect was initially believed to be a kid. He was tiny. Tinier than any of Shuda's students, and he would have gone with the assumption that this was just a kid, but his movements said otherwise. Fluid. Graceful. Silent. Not a single action wasted. It couldn't be a quirk because he activated erasure when the vigilante was dashing across a flat roof. He didn't do it when he jumped because falling from that height was dangerous, but the kid didn't even stutter in his run. The vigilante moved with a form that belied experience accumulated from years' worth of practice. Parkour classes? No, those movements didn't have the same structure. It's more like they came from trial and error rather than any professional training. He'd have to look into local parkour groups and see if he can find a lead there. A short cry went up before it was abruptly cut off. Viridian immediately changed course and took off towards the disturbance, Shoyuta hot on his heels. The vigilante dropped down over the edge of the building and Shoyuta stopped, opting to hide in the shadows and observe the fight, then drop down and blow his cover. but he was still tense and ready to jump down at any time. Turns out his assistance was unneeded. The man watched as the vigilante drop-kicked one of the villains in the face and sent him crashing into a pile of garbage bags. The other three whipped their attention away from the young couple they were harassing and to the newcomer instead. Viridian threw something at the trio, but a woman swiftly stepped forward with a scowl and swiped her arm to the side. The small projectiles abruptly switched directions as if yanked by an unseen force. They clattered harmlessly against the brick wall before falling to the ground. The woman sneered, saying something that was too far for Shoyuta to make out, but in the dim lighting he could vaguely lip-read. Fancy tools? A taunt then. The criminals charged forward, hands and fists and feet aimed to kick in an all-out brawl. Viridian dodged the first punch easily enough, but the second one grazed his arm. He didn't falter though. He simply twisted while pulling something out of his belt and struck one of the villains with a bird mutation quirk up across the jaw and sent him stumbling back. A baton. Thick, made more for clubbing larger opponents than standard police-issued ones. The third villain punched his fists together twice before a low rumble was heard. His hands turned a reddish-brown and craggy, his hands transform into rocks, Shoyuta noted, and he charged forward, fists swinging at the vigilante. Viridian kept his distance and danced around the wild swipes. The vigilante was both small and had a fairly lithe frame, so it wasn't a stretch to conclude that he wasn't built to take or deliver heavy attacks. Did he rely on speed and surprise to take out his enemies then? Viridian ducked underneath another punch. Instead of moving to the side as Shoyuta predicted, the vigilante grabbed the villain's forearm and delivered a devastating kick to the man's solar plexus. He watched as a man twice the vigilante's size crumple over with a groan. Viridian smacked him against the temple with the butt of his baton and the man went down. Shoyuta revised his earlier assessment. Apparently the vigilante was a heavy hitter as well. It didn't take long for the fight to end with four of the villains knocked out and tied up against each other. He watched as Viridian straightened and fiddled with something on his wrist. The little projectiles that were thrown against the wall earlier zipped into his open palm and stashed away in the pocket of his belt. He approached the two girls huddled together against the wall, crouching down and speaking softly in hushed tones. He'll admit, he's curious what those projectiles did. The fact they had a recall option was interesting. Most heroes that utilize projectile-based support items typically go for one-and-done route, which questions the type of supplier Viridian has for his gear. Perhaps they have limited resources, so they created a recall ability to minimize expenses? Or maybe as a way to remove evidence that could be traced back to Viridian and his supplier. Viridian stood up from where the couple sat, noticeably calmer than they were a few minutes ago. One of them had dialed the police and left them on the line. Others spoke to the vigilante and he tilted his head, but Shoyuta couldn't make out his response because he was stuck staring at his back from this angle. The girls nodded and went back to cuddling the other in comfort, one kissing the other's forehead and running her hands through the other girl's short blue hair to calm her down. Viridian dashed down the alley in the other direction and raised his fist into the air with a silent thwick. A puff of smoke came from his wrist and something shot out from it, embedding itself into the ledge of the rooftop Shoyuta perched on. He melted back further into the shadows and gripped his capture weapon at the ready. Viridian zipped upwards, executed a somersault, and landed gracefully on the roof before sprinting away, Shoyuta swiftly following as the vigilante dropped from the rooftop and onto the next. He raced to the edge and prepared to leap off but abruptly came to a halt instead. His eyes scanned the next building. He searched the other rooftops, only to see them devoid of life. He glanced down in alarm, wondering if the vigilante somehow made a misstep and fell 3 stories to the pavement when a robotic chuckle broke his thoughts. He whipped around and looked up. There, couching on top of the rooftop access, was a small figure wreathed in moonlight. Round, green goggles burned an acidic glow under the darkness of his hood. Now that he was closer, Shoyuta could make out the details of his costume, which was practical in a word. His clothes were fairly nondescript, a far cry from the flashy costumes most vigilantes gravitated towards. He noted the elbow and shin guards in addition to the vambraces on both of his arms. His boots were black but steel-tipped. Shoyuta quickly rearranged his stance to hide his surprise. Viridian. He pet his head curiously. Is that what they're calling me? He lifted an eyebrow, scanning his body for any tells. You weren't aware? No, the vigilante easily answered. I'm honestly surprised. I wasn't aware the police could come up with such a creative name for little Olmi. Or perhaps it was the media. They're always looking for a scoop, the vultures. Is he not in this for attention or just putting on an act? He snorted, almost like he was responding to the unspoken question. No. I prefer the spotlight as far away from me as it possibly can, like you, Eraserhead. Bells shrieked in his mind. His guard was up but forced his expression to remain as neutral as it always had since the start of this discussion. You know me. The scarf and the goggles are a dead giveaway. He tilted his head to the other side. I'm surprised you haven't tried arresting me yet. Do the police need me for something? Am I too valuable to be captured? Or can you simply not do it? The silent question left unanswered. Of course, he was right on both accounts, but the vigilante doesn't need to be aware of that. I'd like your name and address for one, he quipped instead. The sooner you tell us, the easier it'll be for you. You can negotiate for a lighter sentence if you give yourself up willingly to the police. Viridian laughed. It was stuttered and filtered through a dozen different scramblers that the noise grated on his ears. It was worse than Hizashi's quirked screams or of a dying cat in the summer heat. Nice try, Eraser, but you're gonna have to do a better job of tripping me up. Shoyuta couldn't see it, but he knows the vigilante was giving him a cheeky grin under that mask. Let him think he has the upper hand. Don't worry, hero. If things go right, I won't be sticking around for long. His brain screeched to a halt. The worst scenarios jumped to the forefront of his mind and he did his best to suppress his panic. What the hell did that mean? Viridian's irritating laughter pierced through his thoughts once again. Wow, Eraser. I've never seen you so worried before. Do you actually care about me even though it's just our first meeting? I care about getting you off the streets and behind bars, he spat. Cute. Good luck with that. But I doubt you'll be able to capture me before I'm gone. His expression hardened and he scowled. Enough games. Why appear just to disappear? Just what is your goal? Silence rang out between them. Their clothes rustled as a light summer breeze blustered past. Viridian's head was still tilted in innocent confusion, but Shoyuta noted the way his fists momentarily tightened. I'm not the one in danger, but there are others out there I'm trying to help, Viridian finally said, voice oddly soft. Once I'm done, I'll be gone. It'll be like I was never there. You could help in more legal ways, he gruffly pointed out. Like becoming a police detective. Or a hero. A quiet scoff. By the time I do that, it'll already be too late for everyone. His suspicions only grew further. This didn't sound like someone who got impatient with bureaucracy and decided it would be faster if they became a vigilante. This sounded like someone who had a personal stake in the people he was protecting. Why would you say that? Silence. And then, something big is gonna happen next year, and I'm trying to prevent it while I still can. Something was wrong. Incredibly wrong. The alarm bells were louder and the way he spoke with such finality like he was certain it would happen was startling. Viridian, he cautiously broached. Whatever it is that you're dealing with, you can go to the police or heroes for help. The vigilante shook his head. Now's not the right time for that. None of you would believe me, even if you had the police's lie detector interrogate me. Maybe I'll be able to tell you in the future when I have more of your trust, but in the meantime, I need to do this on my own. He growled, Viridian dash. He abruptly stood up and finger saluted, cheerily saying, See ya, Eraser. He tipped back and fell down off the building, Shoyuta rushing to the edge to make sure that stupid vigilante didn't kill himself, but no. He just disappeared. Shoyuta sighed and ran a hand through his tangled hair. He grimaced. He swiftly pulled up his cell and leaned against the shade of the building as it dialed. It went through and a tired voice answered, Hello? Eraser? I met our vigilante. There was a scuffle on the other end and a brief swear. You did? What happened? He came to me, he swiftly answered. Said he wanted to chat. Another swear on the other end of the line. This is just, wow. All right. This is the furthest we've ever gotten. I can't believe this. I'm aware, now pay attention. I learned something new about Viridian you'll want to add to his files. More shuffling. A click of a pen and suddenly the detective switched into talking business. What do you have? Shoyuta took a deep breath. He recounted his exchange with the vigilante, every cryptic phrase, every doubt, and how the vigilante was the one seeking for their trust and not the other way. It was baffling, and he can practically feel Tsukachi's confusion as well on the other end of the line. So we have a vigilante that, what is, trying to prevent some sort of tragedy? Something that even I wouldn't be able to confirm. Yes. Do you know what the nature of it is? Unclear. All right, a brief pause filled with the sound of scribbling. Anything else? Shoyuta frowned. He's a man who prided himself on being rational, but the way Viridian spoke was. Eraser? He pinched the bridge of his nose. He spoke as if he were talking about the end of the world. As illogical as it sounds, he seemed convinced of it. He certainly seems like the dramatic type. The man on the other end of the phone groaned. I see. Keep an eye out for him? I'll parse through all of the cases and see if there's a connection for whatever he's looking for. There was that trafficking ring bust a while back, so I'll see if I can figure out a lead from there. Already on it, he grumbled. Shoyuta ended the call and pocketed his cell, sighing. He's gonna need Tsukachi's coffee, energy drink, and vodka mix for this. Izuku marked off another task on his ever-growing list of things to do. Get in contact with Eraserhead and drop hints that something big is about to happen, check. He remembered the man in his past life. Stoic. Cold. Uncaring. But all of that was just a mask. He jumped headfirst into a crowd of villains at the USJ without hesitation despite knowing he'd be at a huge disadvantage. His crowd control skills are weak compared to 13, yet he didn't think twice about engaging with the enemy if it meant protecting his students. Then months later, the hero approached him after the sports festival and offered to train him up to a seat in the hero course next year. The notion absolutely floored him. Aizawa knew he was quirkless. He knew that only those with strong quirks ever managed to become heroes. And yet he believed that out of all them, Deku was someone who could be a hero? His first instinct was to say yes, because once upon a time, he was a naive little kid who dreamed of becoming a hero and wanted to find one person who would tell him he can and meant it. But then he remembered why he was at UA. He remembered what he did to this man's students that he fought so hard to protect, only to lose 2 of them in the process. It was his fault that the man had a scar under his eye, quirk permanently impaired, and exhaustion weighing down on his shoulders even more than usual. Besides, it would be harder to explain his constant disappearances with all the attention as the quirkless kid in UA's infamous Hell class. He operated better as an observer rather than a participant anyways. So he respectfully declined, stating some nonsense about wanting to be quirk analyst, and being a hero was a dream he's long since given up on. Which wasn't exactly a lie. Aizawa didn't need to know that he was the League of Villains quirk analyst. On top of being their main strategist. He didn't need to know how many heroes he lead to their deaths. Another sigh as he fingered the string tethering Aizawa and Shinso together. He can work on this connection first. Dabi and Toga are meant to be off the grid, but Shinso isn't. He can get Shinso out from whatever hellhole he's stuck in now that he has established contact with Aizawa. He'll still adopt him, right? He huffed. Yet another thing he needs to figure out thanks to the whole time-traveling business. Maybe he can blackmail the Yamazawa couple into taking him in? No, wait, then their relationship would be stilted, and that's not what Shinso needs. But then again, he might not have a choice if Shinso is in danger. Decisions. A knock on the door. Sweetie. His mother's voice worriedly called. You've been muttering to yourself for a while now. School will be starting in a bit. Do you want me to call them and tell them you're sick? No, I'm fine, Mom. He called out, pulling the false wall he made down over the corkboard and making it look like it never even existed in the first place. I'll be out in a moment. All right. Are you certain that you don't want me to pull you out of Aldra and place you in online courses instead? I'm sure. I need to keep an eye on Katsuki to make sure he mellows out more before UA. A sigh. All right, sweetheart. I trust you know what you're doing. Is there anything more I can do to help out? Izuku opened the door, fully dressed and ready for school. He smiled and opened his arms. Hugs, kisses, and you being here? His mother's worried face softened and she embraced him. He snuggled further into the hug as she kissed his forehead. Of course, baby. You know I love you very much, Izuku. Love you too, Mom, he beamed, pulling away. He scarfed down his breakfast, grabbed his shoes, and was out the door with a cheerful goodbye to the woman who raised him for the first 14 years of his life. He sighed, blissfully enjoying the warm sunlight as he walked down the busy streets to that corrupted cesspool they call a school. He paused in the middle of the road. I know you're there, Katsuki. Silence. Then a tongue clicking. A familiar blonde walked into view, hunched over, hands shoved inside his pockets, effervescent scowl permanently fixated on his face. The cast from when Izuku dislocated his shoulder was off, he dully noted. Yet the sight of his bully-turned-brother-in-arms had Izuku flinching. You'd think after years of separation and subsequent companionship during the Nomu apocalypse would have trained him out of it, but no. He's had an entire childhood wrecked because of the blonde and no amount of time traveling is going to fix it. He knows in hindsight that it wasn't entirely his fault, and that a portion of the blame lay on everyone around them for stroking his ego to the point of mentally crippling him by the time he hit UA and had to undergo intensive therapy. Really intensive therapy. He was booted to Gen Ed a week into his first year before proving himself during the festival and making his way back up that second year. The Katsuki Bakugo in Izuku's future was still rough and temperamental, but he honed it towards the enemy instead of the people he was supposed to protecting. But this Katsuki was still the nightmare of his childhood. Original timeline Katsuki better be thanking him after all the shiz Izuku's going to put up with. Deku, the blonde sneered. What the hell's been up with you these past few months? You pull that shiz in class, disappear for a week, and then you're back and you're less nerdy than usual. He kept his expression neutral. Why do you care? Huh. That sneer turned into a scowl and his hands started popping dangerously. What the hells are you talking about, nerd? Of course I don't. You're. Then leave. Katsuki took a step towards him with a glower that would bring anyone weaker to their knees. I'll do whatever the hell I want, stupid nerd. Izuku frowned. Then why do you keep stalking me? I ain't stalking, you freak of nature. You followed me for the past 2 blocks, so I think the evidence speaks for itself. Bullshiz. Like hell I'd actually follow you. Then why are you still here? Izuku snapped. Are you looking for a nice, quiet place to beat me down again? Waiting for the perfect alleyway to shove me into? You know, I can't count how many broken bones and scars I've collected thanks to you. You came close to puncturing my lung that one time when we were 6 though. Remember? I think it was after I tried to invite you to my birthday. I had fun eating cake in bed as my mother cried. He could see discomfort flash across his eyes for a brief second before he sneered. Oh boo-hoo, poor you. You wouldn't be stuck in a hospital bed if you had fought back. I wasn't in a hospital. Katsuki narrowed his eyes. The hell? Of course you were in a hospital dash. No, Izuku exasperatedly countered. There's no hospital around here that treats quirkless patients. My mom had to call in a colleague from her workplace to patch me up. He tried to extort her too, you know that. He paused. What You're lying. They're a hospital. They can't refuse a person treatment just because you don't have a quirk. Izuku raised one eyebrow. Have you even seen our school? Didn't you notice how our teacher did absolutely jack shiz when you told me to take a swan dive off the roof? He scowled. That's because it was a joke, you dumb Deku. If I jump, then I'll tie your feet to a rock and throw you into the ocean to drown. He recoiled as if struck. What? Izuku smiled prettily. It was a joke, Katsuki. Red flooded the blonde's vision and he shrieked, You motherfudger! He swung his arms forward to deliver a blast, but Izuku was prepared for this. He deftly stepped back and brought a small, bendy pipe attached to his bag and pushed down on the nozzle. A thick, misty spray of water shot out of the pipe and instantly doused Katsuki. He screamed and backed away, sufficiently damp with dew collected all over his face as he snarled. Do you Izuku calmly watched as he threw his hands forward and released a blast. Well, he tried to, at least. Izuku smiled as Katsuki stood there with his palms outstretched, frozen, unable to understand why his quirk wasn't activating. He could see the moment it clicked for him. He roared and tried to punch him, but it was easy to sidestep him, grab his wrist, and then pin him to the ground in the same move he did all those months ago. He raged in his grip and screamed, "Let me go, you fudger!" Izuku clicked his tongue, like he was dealing with a disobedient dog and not a human being. "So what? You can turn me into your personal punching bag again? Heck no, I'll skip the bruises and burns I'd get from releasing you. You dash. Oh, would you look at the time?" He pulled out his phone and drawled. "There's 10 minutes left until homeroom and you're all wet and covered in dirt and gravel. I can knock you out and leave you here, breaking your perfect record and making you late for school, or I can let you with a promise that you won't attack me. 10 minutes is enough time to run back to your house, get changed, and come charging back to school before the bell rings. So what'll it be, Katsuki?" He screamed. "I said let go." He put more pressure on his arm and he let out a strangled yell. "I said," Izuku hissed. "What? B?" The blonde kept snarling for a moment. "Second option." Izuku stepped off his back and promptly let go of his arm. Katsuki swiftly rolled away and jumped right back up, scowling. "This ain't over, Deku. I'm going to beat you after school." Deku grinned. "I look forward to our meeting, Katsuki." He growled even lower. The blonde intentionally bumped into his shoulder as he walked past. Even without turning around, Izuku could sense the red-eyed glare trained on his back as the green-headed boy stood there in the middle of the road, completely alone. Izuku waited until Katsuki turned the corner and the feeling faded before breaking out a small, genuine grin. Hopefully this will be the push he needs to grow. Something big happened to the nerd. Something really effing serious. Katsuki glanced at Deku from the corner of his eye. The nerd sat down and was completely engrossed with something in his notebook that definitely wasn't about math. That screw-up wasn't even paying attention to the stupid lecture. Is he looking down on Katsuki? Normally he'd be keeping his head down and writing whatever that stupid freaking teacher was saying word for word, but now that idiot didn't seem to care. And what the hell is up with everyone else? He knows the rest of the extras are blind, but are they really that oblivious to the change in Deku? Shouldn't the teachers be pulling him aside to talk to him, or some shiz? He snapped his pencil. Katsuki scowled at the offending stick before, swapping it out with another pencil. No one can see it. Deku did something to pull the wool over their eyes, like always, but Katsuki can see right through his charade. He's still quiet, he's still the class punching bag, he's still acting withdrawn, but there's something else there now. His shoulders would be hunched over to make himself look meek and small, but now they're hunched because he's tired. When he flips through his journal, there's no mumbling. When he went to beat him up, Deku didn't snivel and fidget and stammer himself out of it like a coward. He just stood there, silent, with a hard glint in his eye like he was gearing up for war. His eyes. They used to be so wide and bright. No matter how many times Katsuki tried to beat them out of him, his green eyes would always shine brighter than the freaking sun. And now? Now it's just gone. There's no shine. There's no light. Just dead, flat, green eyes that glazed over whenever Deku saw him. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. He pushes the choking sensation at the back of his throat down. He's not the one responsible for putting that dead look in his eyes. It was infuriating. He wanted to beat the nerd to a pulp until he went back to being the same spineless, useless coward he's been since they were toddlers. He wanted the nerd to start mumbling and fidgeting and looking at him with bright eyes and not whatever the hell this is supposed to be. Why do you care? I wasn't in a hospital. There's no hospital around here that treats quirkless patients. Have you even seen our school? Didn't you notice how our teacher did absolutely jack shiz when you told me to take a swan dive off the roof? Are you proud of yourself, Katsuki? Of beating up the useless, quirkless kid just because you can? That's what a hero does, isn't it? An explosion sounded off. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to him. Katsuki glared at his hand, traitorous smoke rising up from his shaking palm as his pencil lay charred and broken on his desk. Bakugu, please refrain from using your quirk during the lesson, the teacher blandly drawled. He turned back to the board, writing in chalk. Now if you all look here if you substitute. Katsuki gritted his teeth and grabbed another pencil. He furiously tackled his notes. Whatever is going on with the nerd, he was going to find out. He doesn't feel guilty for telling him to die and turning his childhood friend into a walking corpse. He didn't believe what Deku said about the hospital and their school. He's just been protecting that stupid nerd from going into a profession that would get him killed instantly. That's what heroes do, no matter how many burns and bruises and broken bones he had to give him. Heroes don't hurt civilians. Only villains do. Do-da-do. La-dee-da-dee-doo-da. May hummed to herself as she tweaked a bolt onto her newest baby. She was at her parents' old warehouse down by the docks. Her parents would be worried if they knew where she was, but no matter how much she tells them about all the new babies she's added to the warehouse's defense system, they're still not convinced. Excuse you, but she's made sure that the moment someone sets foot in this place without her permission, her babies will scare the ever-living daylights out of them and turn them religious. She's built a stronghold for herself. There's no way anyone could possibly. A rapping noise brought her out of her workflow. She lowered herself down from the ceiling where she was working on her baby and shrugged off the HS. She glanced curiously at the door leading to the hidden basement where she worked. This didn't make sense. Someone bypassed the security protocols she set up in the warehouse above their heads? Another rap followed, but this followed a pattern. 2 raps, followed by 3 seconds of the silence. Then a light tap on the upper left corner, a dragging sound, a harder knock on the top right, and then a secret third knock made by banging your foot against the door and making it seem like an accident. Her eyes zoomed in on the door. She strode towards it and made a quick series of knocks on the door. The other person responded with a series of slow knocks. Her eyes widened. She made quick work of undoing the series of bolts and traps attached to the door and swung it wide open, beaming. A smaller kid with fluffy green hair and freckles beamed back at her with the same amount of enthusiasm, nearly jumping up and down. May Hatsum, future CEO of Hatsum Industries? The unfamiliar kid asked. That's me. She crowed. His smile grew even wider. Perfect. Formative too. She gasped, her quirk going haywire as she zoomed in and took note of as much detail of this kid as she could. She squealed and bounced up and down, pumping her fists in the air and yelling, "Yes! I knew there would be time travelers who would admire my brilliant babies." "Hoo!" The kid chuckled. "It's good to see you again, Mimi." She dragged the kid inside and pushed him down into her spinny chair. She grabbed one of her old babies that needed to be scrapped and sat on it, looking at him eagerly. "Tell me, Greenie, how do I know you in the future? What's it like? How famous will Hatsum Industries and my babies be?" His smile slipped off his face. She was confused until her own smile fell at the realization. "Oh," she said, suddenly not as excited as before. "Something bad happened, didn't it?" He sighed and hung his head. "Yeah," he muttered. "Something very bad." And so Greenie told her about a future that had come to pass. How he was her friend once, fighting side by side in an apocalypse with other people, until they were the last ones left working on a time machine that would fix things. He told her how they were all supposed to go together, a team united in one goal of changing the future. He told her that he made it back alone. Paco was manning the late-night shift at the convenience store with her senpai, Kazuho Hanayama. She'd been kind enough to share her apartment to Ochako after she transferred to Mustafesu for her final year in junior high. She was a college student who was a friend of a cousin or something to her parents, but that didn't stop the pink-haired, glasses-wearing gal from opening her door up to a junior high kid. The tuition at her new school was cheaper on her parents, and Ochako would be able to work a bit to help alleviate her personal expenditures so they wouldn't have to bear the burden. She knows how guilty her parents were. But she resolved to become a hero so that she can rake in the big bucks. That way her parents would never have to worry about cash ever again. "Hey, Ochako-chan? Would you man the store for a bit?" She perked up from shelving the onigiri. "Sure, Kazuho-senpai. Why do you need to?" She grinned sheepishly and held up her phone. One of my friends got caught up in a small accident with a bicycle near here and needs someone to help patch him up. Oh no! She gasped. Is he okay? Nothing slapping a Band-Aid won't fix. She beamed. I'll only be out for 20 minutes, tops. I trust you know how to work the register. That I do. Alright then, I'll see you in a bit, Ochako-chan. Bye. She disappeared into the employee's room out back. Ochako retied the handkerchief that kept her hair out of her face and smoothed out her work apron before going back to stacking the onagi onigiri in the fridge. The automatic doors chimed as someone approached, and the doors rolled smoothly open. She jumped as a slam came from the front and the onigiri tumbled to the floor. She whipped around to see a burly woman standing there scowling, one foot pressed on top of a promotional shelf of shampoo she knocked over. She had her fingers outstretched towards Ochako and she squeaked. Long, needle-sharp protrusions extended from her nails and were pointed directly at the girl. Hey! Ochiko's eyes snapped up to the lady, terrified. She growled. My quirk allows me to shoot spikes from my fingertips. I don't need to tell you what'll happen if you don't cooperate. Her mouth was dry as she quickly nodded. The robber huffed. Good. Now be a good little girl and open the register. And keep your hands where I can see them. Ochako took deep breaths to calm her nerves as she shakily raised both hands beside her head. She shuffled towards the counter on trembling knees, trying to stave off the fear of dying. She reached the cash register and shakily began typing in the commands. The robber's growls became even more apparent and she yelled, "Hurry up already." She flinched and frantically input the code for the register, popping the drawer open. The robber set down her purse, she kinda expected to see a duffel bag, and ordered, "Put the cash in here." All of it. Ochako was about to pick up the first few bills when a new, oddly synthetic-sounding voice said, "That's not very nice." The robber tensed and whirled around to face the newcomer yelping, "What the?" The new guy jammed two rod-looking things into the robber's gut and she spasmed. She fell to the side, twitching, but made no other move to get back up. Ochako stared at the new guy with her jaw dropped. Ah. She swallowed as she took in his strange clothes and the amount of gear on him. "Are you a hero?" He stared back. She couldn't tell what his expression was because of the mask, but she was utterly terrified by his glowing green eyes. He seemed to snap out of whatever trance he was in. He tilted his head a little and chuckled, a weird, warbling noise distorted by heavy robotics. Sort of, his voice rumbled. "Don't worry. I ain't here to hurt you. Are you injured anywhere?" "Oh, She quickly took stock of her body, making sure she wasn't bleeding somewhere she hasn't noticed. "No, I'm all right." He nodded. "Great. Can you call the cops?" All right." She whipped out her phone and swiftly dialed emergency services as the strange guy walked over to the robber. "Hello, this is Mustafesu Police Department. Please state your emergency." Ochako bit her lip and took a deep breath. "Ma'am? Are you all right?" She let it out in a shaky exhale. Yes, I'm fine. There's been a robbery at JK convenience store near Konbini Road. But, it's been resolved? There's a guy here that came and rescued me and knocked out the robber and is tying her up now. A police cruiser is on the way. Can you describe the man who just came in?" The guy turned his head. He put a finger to lips and her eyes widened. "Excuse me, ma'am, are you there?" "Alright, I'm still here. Sorry, I'm kinda in shock over what's happened. I'm sorry, I couldn't see the guy all that well. He left before I could take a good look." "It's alright. Sit tight, help will be there soon." She covered the receiver of her phone as the strange guy stood up. "Thank you," she sincerely said. "But, why you might want to go now? The police are on their way." He nodded. "Thanks. Stay safe." He dashed out the back door and vanished. The front door chimed and slid open again, Kazuho-san skipping in with her eyes closed and swinging a bag from her hand. "Ochako-chan. I'm back and my friend gave me, oh my Kami, what the hell happened here?" Kazuho-san's jaw dropped. She dropped her bag onto the floor and pudding cups spilled out onto the linoleum. Ochako helplessly shrugged. There was an attempted robbery, but it got stopped by his new guy. Her gaze turned to her. She slowly shook her head. Oh Cammy, we are so getting fired for this. The Todoroki household was quiet for once. Endeavor would be out of town on sudden urgent business for the next few days, and Shudo would be enjoying the peace as much as he can. It was stifling indoors. He knew Fuyumi was trying her best to support him, but it would never be enough to get away from him. He spent his time outdoors as much as he could afford. When he closed his eyes and left the sounds of the night wash over him, he could almost imagine that he wasn't at this house. That Endeavor didn't exist, that Mother didn't hate him, that Tuya would be back and he could be with his siblings. But when he opened his eyes, he would have to face reality. It was just him now. Fuyumi was too scared to stand up to Endeavor. Natsuo moved away for college. Mother and Tuya were just gone, and Endeavor was Endeavor. He sighed and opened his eyes. He started and flung a huge sheet of ice forward and scrambled back. The dark figure that was standing in front of him merely sidestepped the attack with grace. Shudo was ready to stomp on the ground and let loose another wave of ice when the stranger raised both of his hands up and said, Tuya, you know that name? He froze. His eyes narrowed in suspicion and he growled, Where did you hear that? Old rumors and files, the stranger answered. His voice sounded strange. It was garbled in a way Shudo couldn't explain. Something metallic? Endeavor's covered up something big about his family that he doesn't want the public to find out. He scowled even further. He could feel his cursed side threaten to flare up and pushed it down with his ice. No one would believe you. There's nothing you can do. The stranger tilted his head. It was silent for a moment. And if there was? The stranger softly asked. If I had a way to get your family away from Endeavor, would you take it? I'm not going with a kidnapper to be used as ransom, he snapped. The stranger scoffed. Who said I was a villain? Ever heard of Viridian? He paused. Viridian. The name of a new vigilante that Endeavor has been raging about the past week. From dumping a sludge mixture of water and flour while he was out on patrol to spray painting his agency with Endeavor in huge, blocky green letters. It was astounding, really. The media had no idea who was behind all the pranks, but Endeavor has been receiving cryptic messages on his office desk after each and every single attack. He's ranted and raved during training and over dinner about the latest bane in his existence. A vigilante that popped up out of nowhere a month ago and started taking down crime. Shudos has only heard whispers of Viridian's exploits. Apparently there was one incident where the vigilante hacked Mustaface's police precinct and upgraded their system. No one knows what he's supposed to look like aside from the green color scheme. There was a video that circulated a while back of Viridian taking down a robber at a convenience store. It was recorded by one of the old security cameras which ended up grainy at best, but you could clearly see someone in a green hoodie wearing dark pants. And here the living legend was not 5 feet away in his own backyard. Shudo blinked a few times to make sure he wasn't passed out on the floor of the training room and was dreaming. He struggled to find his voice in his dry mouth. When he finally found the words to speak, he quietly asked, Why? Viridian shrugged. I owe an old friend a favor. I promised I'd get you and your family away from that man. I won't lie. It'll take a while to get you out, but I just wanted to let you know that there's something to look forward to. I'm going to need you and your family's cooperation, though. How? Keep yourselves safe, he murmured. Get out of the house as much as you can without risking Endeavor's wrath. Spend more time with your siblings. I'll drop by every once in a while to check up on you and make sure you're all right. I'll try my best to keep Endeavor away from you guys, but you'll need to rely on each other until I can get him behind bars for good. Can you really do it? He looked imploringly into those glowing green lenses. Can you save us? Viridian nodded. I wouldn't be much of a friend if I broke my promises, would I? Teraser. How are you this fine evening? Teraser. Who's this? Teraser. Hizashi, I swear to Cammy if this is another one of your pranks. Whoa there, Teraser. This ain't your husband. It's me, Local favorite vigilante? Teraser. How did you get my number? And how do you know my husband's name? Why can't I exit this chat or change my name? Pretty sure my file says that somewhere. Karasuket. Problem child. I'm not a kid though? Karasuket. Problem. So. Why are you contacting me? How do you feel about Endeavor? Karasuket. Why do I feel like you're the one behind all the pranks targeting him? BC, I am tongue sticking out. He's the worst hero I've ever met and an even worse father. You know he drove his wife to mental breakdown and permanently scar her youngest, force said youngest into hero training that's really just domestic abuse, and essentially sold his eldest son to the hero commission to be turned into a hero only for him to tragically die and have it written off as an accident when they knew full well that his quirk would burn his body inside out? Karasuket. Please tell me this is a joke. Nope. I'd love to get him behind bars now, but destabilizing hero society and inciting mass panic and riots and all that. Not fun. I'm almost done collecting all the evidence to get Endeavor jailed. But I need you to get in touch with Nizu and the police so we can prep the public without destroying society as we know it, laughing face. Karasuket. We'll talk about this more later. It's too early in the morning and I haven't had my coffee yet. Is there anything else I need to know? How do you and your husband feel like adopting traumatized kids who are ostracized for their quirks and want to be heroes? Karasuket. Who are you recommending? Sent Hitoshi Shinsu foster system file.pdf. Currently trying to find him. He's been missing since last night. He's a runner BC. He's spent his entire life being abused for his quirk at school and home. So be patient with him. He also has insomnia. He's also an underground hero nerd. He also loves cats and would adore yours. He takes his coffee black with 2 spoonfuls of sugar. He also wanted to have an eraser head scarf for his birthday but couldn't because you didn't sell merch, so he settled on yellow swim goggles from the dollar store instead. And you shouldn't touch the back of his neck because some of his foster parents would muzzle him. Hair is also off limits because he'd get yanked by it around a lot and would send him into a panic attack. If he has a nightmare, rub his back in counterclockwise motions and give him a cat to cuddle with afterwards. Or give him his father's watch and a photo of his parents to hold on to. Karasuket. Viridian, do you know this kid? Viridian? Viridian, answer me. Kid? He needs a good family to take him in. Karasuket. Me and my husband will take care of him. Are you okay? Viridian? I'm going out on patrol. I'll send you any more evidence on Endeavor when I can. Siwi eraser. Karasuket. Izuka no. Viridian threw his head back and took a deep breath of summer night air. The world hummed and buzzed with life underneath him. Evening shoppers, co-workers out for a drink, teens going to karaoke. It was peaceful. And busy. It was one of the more glitzy parts of Mustafesu where there was less crime running rampant. Normally he'd gone for the places forgotten by the world. The slums, subsidized housing, red light, the works. They're generally places heroes steer away from. Whether due to lack of media attention for daylight heroes, or a lack of backup for underground ones. Viridian can patrol freely wherever because none of these guys have anything on a Nomu apocalypse and criminal mastermind. He's been to hell and survived it. Even has the trauma to prove it. He groaned and fell back flat on the roof. Kemi, what the hell is he even doing? He's been running around like a headless chicken this past month, but he's barely made any headway. He can't find Toshi. He can't find Dabi or Toga either, and all 3 of them are pretty much homeless because Shinsu's been missing and no one has called it in yet. He can't start on Eri because he doesn't have the resources to put them away permanently away just yet. He can't sink his teeth into Endeavor until Nizu and the police set up barriers to prevent Hero Society from falling like it did last time, but it just might with the Hawks fiasco. Screw you, Hero Commission. Let me rescue all of my friends without risking social collapse. He slung an arm over his eyes. He missed them. He missed all of them. He has so many memories of all of them, but now he's just a stranger to them, and it hurt. There's so many people he never was able to spend more time with but wanted to. Big Sis Magna. Mr. Compress. Spinner. Mustard. Twice. The others in the league can honestly go screw themselves because they're too far. Wait no. Kojairi's chill. He was pretty much the dad of the entire group. He huffed and sat back up. Dang it. Talking to Eraser about Shinso opened up an entire box of feelings he was not equipped to deal with. If he's this much of a wreck right now, how bad will it be when he actually sees him again? A soft, deep voice. A firm, broad frame. A dry smirk, eyes crinkling up at the edges. Keep up, Akatani. He shoved that memory out of his mind and deep into his soul where it would never appear again. At least until he sleeps and has a nightmare where he wakes up screaming and crying again. Cammy, this was never going to get easier, will it? For frick's sake, his therapist is gonna need a therapist when they're through with him. A crackle in his ear. Greenie. May's voice flowed out from the earpiece. You're patrolling tonight? I thought it was your off day today. Couldn't sleep, he murmured, eyes still shut. Too many memories. Too much to do. Might as well go patrolling. You'll make it up by taking tomorrow off, right? You know I'm legally obligated to tell your mom if you don't take a break. Technically I'm taking a break, he murmured back. I'm just hanging out on a rooftop lying down in one of the better districts. But I thought there's a lot of heroes in those areas. Yup. Isn't that a bad thing since you're a vigilante? He snorted. I'd like to see them try and catch me. If I can outrun a horde of speed-based Nomu, then I can handle outwitting a few heroes. I can't believe you had to deal with them. They sound like Frankenstein monsters or something. You're not wrong. They're all dead and reanimated. Just with quirks. Frankensteins, I tell you. He chuckled. Never change. Never change. Izuku swears it wasn't his fault. He didn't mean to bust a quirk trafficking ring and help torch an entire street in the process, but he did, and everyone in Mustafesu and their grandmother was there to see it. Let's backtrack a little to how this fiasco began. Viridian, this is Machina, you there? He tapped twice on the comm and whispered. Hearing you, Machina. What's up? Hold on, pulling up an image from city cams that was taken a few minutes ago on your visor. The holographic display flashed once at the bottom left corner of the display in warning before enlarging the window on the screen. The green visor was an upgrade from the goggles he made long before. It had all of its previous features, but now it had the added bonus of capturing shots and recordings of whatever is happening in his line of sight, as well as a rudimentary facial recognition system that May can help gather more information on back in her warehouse lab. Between him and May, they managed to update his gear and costume while adding a few more surprises. The display featured a short clip. It was a silent street near an intersection with a few stragglers and cars taking up most of the focus of the shot. At a glance, there doesn't seem to be anything that would stick out on a Tuesday night. Then a flash of blue. Viridian's eyes snagged on one of the alleyways. The angle of the camera allowed him to see deeper into the crevices between the buildings that largely went unnoticed by pedestrians. The camera froze and zoomed into the figure whose form was wreathed in a flicker of blue flames. This is him, right? What's his name, Daddy? Viridian nearly tripped as he wall ran up the side of the building as his brain choked. Oh my Cammy, Machina. His name is Dobby. Please let me never hear you refer to him by that name ever again. Gotcha, Greenie. Her cheerful voice chirped in his ear. He internally sighed as he leapt off another building and let his shock-absorbing boots take most of the impact before rolling forward with the rest of the momentum. He quickly consulted his mental map of the area and made a sharp turn. By his estimates, the guy Dobby is chasing should be right around. A tall, thin, scrappy guy burst into the alley. His expensive purple suit was singed and his once perfectly coiffed dark locks were messy with sweat and soot. Dark smoke came off him in wisps as he scrambled away from his pursuer. He risked a look behind him. He stepped onto an old newspaper damp with the late afternoon rain and cried out as he tumbled painfully to the ground before skidding to a stop. He hastily clambered back up to his feet and got ready to run, but the little trip he did cost him the chance. A dark figure zipped around the corner. He lunged and tackled the man, who let out a fearful shriek as he was abruptly manhandled. The dark figure grabbed the blubbering man by the throat and slammed him up against the wall. The singed man in the suit futilely struggled and raised his hand to do something, activating his quirk most likely, but the other was faster. His other hand lit up with painfully familiar blue flames and held it against his captive's face, who instantly stopped fighting and started whimpering instead. "Pee-pee, please, don't kill me," he babbled, hands scrabbling at the wall behind him. "I'll do whatever you want, just spare me. Please." The other man growled and leaned closer, letting the flames lick against the side of his captive's face. The captive man screamed, but they were too far away from the main streets for anyone to hear it. "Talk," the flame user growled. Blondie with messy twin buns, sailor uniform, knives, and looks like she should be in a mental ward while going on and on about blood. "Ring any bells?" Viridian's stomach dropped. "Just Toga. Why yes." The man howled. The flame user brought his hand away but kept it close. "She was PP picked up 2 weeks ago." "Where is she?" The man yelped as the flames grew closer to his already charred face. "CC Club de facto. I in the basement. Fair T trying to sell quirks there." The flame user scoffed. "Thanks." Fire erupted from the flame user's hands and the man being pinned screamed. As he was burnt alive, the dark figure let his body drop to the ground in a charred husk, the bright blue flames slowly petering out to leave a blackened corpse. Should Viridian be concerned that his old friend casually incinerated someone? Should he have tried to stop it? He's seen worse during his ex-villain career. And honestly, the dude deserves it if he really let a kid be sold off into quirk trafficking. Speaking of which, Viridian dropped down silently to the alleyway. He perched on top of a pillar jutting out in Dobby's line of sight and casually greeted, "Yo, you're on the case too?" Flames shot out of his hands and streaked towards him. He propelled himself off the ledge and landed on the ground, holding his hands up beside his head. "Hey, I come in peace." Dobby scowled. He still had the skin grafts stapled to his skin under his eyes, jaw, and arms. With a pang, the vigilante realized they didn't have Eri yet to reverse the effects. He'd been proud of them, said it made him look more dangerous to the heroes. But they didn't have time to care about villainous aesthetics when the apocalypse hit and they needed to be at their full power. "Who are you?" Dobby snapped. Viridian steadied his voice, willing it not to tremble at the sight of his older brother figure. "Ever heard of Viridian?" Something flashed in his expression before resetting. He looked more wary even though he tried to cover it up with a scowl. "The vigilante? What are you doing here?" "Busting a quirk trafficking ring, apparently," he smoothly replied. "Wanna do it together?" "I don't need your help," he instantaneously snapped. "No, of course not," Viridian drawled, moving his head so that he could convey his eye roll from the rest of his body language alone. "It's easier to bust your friend out of their base of operations without the assistance of Japan's most notorious vigilante. By the suit and the loose lips, I'm guessing he's part of the Unagi gang? Heard they got a fresh new batch of trigger from the States. Think you can handle 30 or so gang members shooting up with it on your own?" His scowl intensified. "And you would do a better job?" "I don't." Confusion flits across his face. Viridian smiled behind the mask. "Going against 30 trigger-happy goons on their own turf by myself is a little above my pay grade. So is yours. But if we joined forces, then that's another story altogether. We both want to beat these guys up. We both want to free their captives. I don't see why we can't join forces." Silence passed between them. Of course, that was a goddamn lie. 30 gangsters on trigger has nothing on a squadron of Nomu crafted from pro-hero bases. Give him half an hour and they'll be taken out. 2 hours to investigate other possible branches before shutting down the trade ring completely. An extra 10 minutes to obliterate the gang and make sure they never rise back up, even if the members decide to fold into other gangs. But Dobby didn't have to know any. For that, Viridian's ultimate mission is to protect his family, and that included his older brother figure. He wasn't going to pass up the chance to further establish a connection with him. And what better way than working together on a high-stakes operation like this? The scarred man's scowl dropped into a disgruntled frown. "Fine. As long as they burn, I don't care how it happens. Don't come crying if you end up a pile of ashes." The vigilante nodded. "You know parkour?" Turns out that no, Dobby did not know how to do parkour, probably because his graphs would chafe, not that he'd ever admit a weakness to a stranger on the streets, so it took longer to reach the club in the red light district of Mustafesu. Once they become friends again, Viridian resolved to sick Eri on him before teaching him and Toga how to free run across roofs. It was painful to see him this slow and weak compared to the aged-up version in his memories. As it was, Dabi was doubled over panting by the time they reached their destination. Viridian dropped down into the alley beside him, enjoying the way his head snapped to the side. His lips quirked underneath the mask and he tilted his head. "You good?" The scarred man sneered at him. He straightened back up and shoved his hands into his tattered cloak. "Never better," he drawled, trying to act nonchalant. The vigilante inwardly huffed at his poor attempt to disguise his exhaustion. He could see pallor in the pale skin not replaced by grafts and the man's rattling breaths. Well, best to give the poor man a break then. He can't have his partner falter mid-battle because he wore him out on the way here now, could he? Viridian turned his attention back to the club. This it? It was a small, ritzy establishment that shone brightly under neon lights. Other buildings gleamed the same way at a distance, an oddly modest cafe, a Ballard's bar, and a cheap motel for anyone wanting to spend the night here with someone. A smattering of objectively pretty women and men in skimpy uniforms worked up and down the street, approaching passerby with promises of a night of fun. A fancy neon sign about the size of the building itself burned Viridian's retinas with graceful English cursive and a stylized martini at the end. Club de facto. Dabi snorted. Seems like it. First time infiltrating a base? No. Viridian took note of how his jaw set. He opted not to call him out on his lie and nodded instead. Would you be recognized if you went in? His silence told him everything. Viridian held in that sigh, not liking where this would lead. He reached into a pouch in his belt and pulled out a small device and held it out to Dabi. Put it on. He frowned and took the device. He quickly inspected it and then said, "What is this?" "Communicator. I'll send a signal when I find the captives." "Wait, hold on." Viridian stopped-walked. He glanced over his shoulder to see Dabi stepping forward, palming the earpiece in his hand. A million emotions passed by his face as those bright blue orbs scanned his frame. His brows furrowed and his mouth set into a thin line. "You're a kid. Sure about that?" He ped his head challengingly. "You're like what?" Dabi scowled. 12? 10? He snorted. "For all you know, I could be a 30-year-old man who just so happens to be short. Mutations exist. Then I can cross that off the list of what possible age group you belong to." "Playing detective?" He lightly teased. "I appreciate the concern, but I wouldn't have lasted this long if I didn't know what I was doing. You'll get your friend back. I guarantee that." "I'm not concerned," he retorted. "If you get caught, you'd jeopardize this entire operation." "Good thing I won't get caught," he breezily replied as he strode off, knowing full well that Dabi couldn't follow unless if he wanted to get recognized. Viridian swiftly scaled up the side of the building with the assistance of his upgraded grappling hook, courtesy of May. He leapt from rooftop to rooftop, completely unseen by the people below. He perched on the ledge of one of the buildings and scanned the crowd. He got a hit with a petite boy. He scanned his face and sent it over to May, who immediately ran through the programs he set up there for times like this. He got a notification half a minute later. He quickly scanned the information and swiftly slotted the pieces as they came. He dismissed the information. He dropping down into a shadowy alcove and let his figure be partially obscured by the darkness. // Right on cue. One of the boys that worked at the club strutted up to him. He batted his eyes and swayed his hips, keeping his voice smooth and flirty. "Hey there, handsome. Looking for a good time?" "Meh," he shrugs, pretending to inspect his nails in the dark. "Not as much as your sister will have when she finds out what big bro Akira has been doing in the night. Tell me, does she know where the money for her high school tuition comes from? Can't be easy working on your lonesome after your parents got involved in that villain attack last year. You could have graduated with flying colors from Mizutofu High and started training to become an educator if that hadn't happened." The boy froze. He was immediately on edge, all traces of him flirting gone, leaving him shifting anxiously in place. How do you know that? Relax, I'm not going to tell her what you've been up to. The boy stared at him wearily as Viridian paused. As long as you cooperate anyways. Sorry, but I don't work for free, he shakily flung back in response. Viridian huffed in amusement. Not my type. Follow me, and before you ask, no, I'm not planning on murdering you in any way, but disobey and I will not hesitate to let it spill to your sister's school about your nightly activities. He could feel the man tense as he led him away down a dark alley. The worker anxiously followed him as they went deeper and deeper into it. Wait. The sudden change in tone had him pause. Since revealing the guy's background, there's been a noticeable tremor in his voice that belayed just how terrified this person was. But in that single word, all the fright had vanished. There was a surety to that tone. One that ruffled him slightly, but he was curious nevertheless what this kid had on him. He turned his head, tilting it back lazily. What? Whatever the vigilante was expecting, it wasn't the amount of sheer awe the kid had on his face. Literal stars were in his eyes as he took in his gear. To say Viridian was confused would be the understatement of the goddamn century. The person he was threatening not 2 seconds ago gulped. Take the green color scheme. You're Viridian, aren't you? Something akin to annoyance bubbled up in him. This could get ugly if it gets out. The vigilante ped his head nonchalantly instead, not willing to show that his opponent had the upper hand. Then you know how swiftly I can take you out and destroy the lives of you and your sister. I'm not threatening you. Honest. The boy waved his hands rapidly. I want to thank you. For saving me from a particularly rude customer on my way home last week. And my sister and her girlfriend too all that time ago. He huffed and shook his head. Really speaking, turning you in is the least thing I would do. I'm guessing you're here because something shady is going on downstairs in the club? He wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Not after he got confirmation from May that he did actually save his sister that first night he saw Eraser again. Cammy, did he nearly trip and flub up that encounter when he saw him again? He brought himself out of his thoughts. He crossed his arms and turned around. What do you mean? The boy liked his lips. I overheard the guys that run this place talking. Last week I saw them take a kid down to the back where workers like me aren't allowed. He looked barely older than my sister. I don't even want to think about what they could be doing to him. I wanted to go to the police, but if they found out what I've done here, I'd be jailed and my sister wouldn't dash. That's enough. He abruptly shut up. It's not like Viridian was sympathetic to his plight in any way. He wasn't particularly furious either. It's just life. Gotta do what you can to survive, not matter how dirty your hands become. So then, the vigilante began. Are you willing to cooperate with me? Oh, hell yes, he immediately spat, straightening his spine, eyes burning with fury. I can't fight, my quirk isn't good for that, but I can dress you as a worker and get you in. You're going to need to try and stuck one of the guys that works here. They're really not hard to miss, because they have the keys to the door in the back, and there's a really nasty piece of work that guards that door. They'll try to take you into one of the locker rooms after you get in. I'm guessing you know what to do. From there. Viridian nodded. The boy clapped. Okay, I'll be right back with a spare uniform. You look about my size so mine oughta work. Promise not to look. Secret identities, right? Yeah, alright, I'm just gonna. He anxiously pointed to the side before skittering away. The vigilante didn't even need to wait a minute before he appeared in the alleyway again with a canvas tote on his shoulder and a small plastic tarp in his arms. Here, he shoved the bag into his hands. I'll leave so you can get changed. There's a wig and makeup in there too, plus a compact mirror. But gotta work with what you can, right? You can stash your vigilante stuff in that bag and wrap it up in the tarp to side somewhere around here without anything getting wet. And this is a pretty selfish request of mine. When you're done with this whole entire thing, would you mind giving back the stuff I gave? I mean, I highly doubt the club will still be open after you go through with it, but the bag has sentimental value and makeup isn't easy to come by, and you know how strapped for cash me and my sis are right now. It's fine, Viridian cut in, slightly exasperated from the ranting spiel. Now he understands how Katsuki felt those first 14 years. I'll get it back. One way or another. The worker hesitantly nodded before giving him the tarp. He quickly strutted out of the alleyway but kept close to the entrance, probably playing lookout in case anyone got too close. The action was appreciated, if not unwarranted, since he could just knock the person out for a few hours even with his pants down around his ankles, but the worker didn't really need to know about that. Without a moment to waste, the vigilante swiftly undressed himself and changed into the club's work uniform, which comprised of a skin-tight leotard of a sleeveless button-down and black corset ensemble, paired with thigh-high fishnet leggings and knee-high leather boots with heels. And bunny ears. Don't forget the bunny ears. He took out the mirror and propped it up against the wall before crouching down and doing his makeup. Thank Cammy for toga and magna. His baby face and healthy skin made for an excellent canvas. That said, it didn't take long for him to pop in lavender eye contacts, swipe concealer over his freckles, add a bit of color to his cheeks, eyelids, and lips, before finishing off with a perfect winged eyeliner. He cleaned up and swapped the items out for a blonde wig in the bag. He spent another moment to situate it over his green curls before styling it into delicate plaits. He stashed the tarp-wrapped bag with his gear behind a dumpster, making sure he still had a few knives tucked away in his boots. He stood up, inspecting his outfit for anything amiss, before tapping on his comb hidden by the pleats in his hair. "How do I look?" "Like you're dressed to kill." A chipper voice responded back. He adjusted the detached button-down cuffs around his wrist and said, "Thanks. Haven't fought in spiked heels in a while." "Is that a bad thing then?" "It'll be bad." A wicked smirk crossed his face. "For them that is." Viridian hummed to himself as he strutted out of the alleyway and onto the street. The worker dutifully looked the other way as he went past. He skirted around the other workers, not knowing if they'll be able to recognize him as an intruder even with one of them on his side. The bouncers didn't even give him a second glance as he slipped through the doors. Inside the club was lively, classy. Bass-boosted EDM was playing from the DJ manning the front. Poles were set up on stage with a catwalk, and there were workers there pole dancing. The other side of the room held an extensive bar made of dark chrome and mildly expensive booze. Private booths lined the walls, complete with curtains in case the clients wanted a little more privacy with the employees here. Standard strip club. Now where would be a gang member he can talk up? "Hey there, baby." An older man, late 20s, sauntered up to him with a smarmy smile. He reeked heavily of booze as he stumbled forward and hiccuped. He pressed up against the boy, wrapping one arm disgustingly around his waist. "I haven't seen you around before. Did the boss hire you as extra entertainment for tonight?" Viridian wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't believe his luck. For Cammy's sake, the Unagi gang seriously had a loose lip problem. He didn't let any of that show on his face. He dragged his eyes up the other man's form and liked his lips, feigning interest. He leaned further into the man's embrace and slowly trailed his fingers up the guy's torso before twirling his hand around the drunk's stained tie and yanked him forward. The drunk stumbled, but the smaller boy easily caught him with his other hand. He hooded his eyes and flashed him a sultry little smile. Sharp eyes, handsome. I do love my men with a bit of smarts on them. He grinned again, baring his teeth. "You want to head over to a booth and show me what you got, dollface?" Viridian shoved down the shiver of disgust that threatened to break out. He wrapped his arm around the man's shoulder instead. I was hoping for somewhere a little more private, if you catch my drift. I do my best work when there's no one peeking. There's a motel down the road." Viridian sighed longingly, tilting his head so that he had full view of his long neck. "I'd love to, but I'm not allowed to leave the premises tonight. Boss will hang me if I do. I know a place we can go to that's private without leaving the club." The young boy lifted an eyebrow. "I'm not cheap enough for a bathroom stall jaunt." The other man threw his head back and laughed to cover up the fact that yes, he had been about to suggest that. Nah, baby. I didn't think you'd be so basic. I was talking about somewhere more secretive than that. Someplace only I can grant you access to." "Oh. His grip around his waist tightened. Viridian suppressed the urge to suplex the guy and just speed run this entire thing. Follow me. I'll take real good care of you tonight, baby. The disguised vigilante let himself be whisked away by the man. They walked down a quieter hallway with a door at the end, guarded by a gang member, just like the worker from earlier said. The drunken man flashed a smile at the unimpressed guard. Yo bro. I'm cashing in that favor I did for you last Tuesday. Mind turning the other way? The guard grunted. He looked away as they slipped by him and down a set of stairs into yet another hallway with a set of rooms. The man dragged him into one of them and shoved him against the wall, locking the door behind them. He dipped his head towards his neck. //. In one smooth motion, Viridian jabbed his knee into the guy's gut. He gasped and recoiled, but the vigilante showed no mercy. He grabbed his arm and flipped the guy over so he went down on his stomach and twisted his arm at an uncomfortable angle. He cried out and squirmed to relieve the pressure in his shoulder. He stopped when Viridian stomped on his back and dug his heel into the base of his spine. He growled, "You little..." Now, Viridian chided. "You can scream all you want, but that guard friend of yours will just think we're getting freaky. Or maybe you want your boss to find out what you're doing down here with a worker." He clammed up pretty quick. Viridian cooed. "Good boy. Now, I'll only say this once." He bent down to put his mouth beside the drunk's ear. He let out a strangled cry as Viridian's heel dug further into the man's spine. "Where are you keeping the people you kidnapped?" I swear, I don't know nothing." Viridian grinded his heel deeper. The drunk cried out even louder. "Wrong answer," the vigilante snapped. "I don't like repeating myself. Next time I'm snapping your spine." He laughed desperately. "Why you wouldn't, hey?" Viridian smirked wryly as he casually popped his shoulder out of his socket. The man sobbed, gasping. "Okay, but I get it. I understand now. Take the merchandise is on the floor below. I in the hallway to the right. There's a line of cells and you need a key to open them, but I swear I don't have one. Only the boss has it and I don't know where he is." Viridian inwardly shrugged. Good enough." He grabbed the guy up by his hair and smashed the side of his head into the floor, knocking him out. Viridian swiftly frisked the man down and fished out a set of keys and a wallet with 2 grand of yen, an ID, and oddly enough, a picture of a rather cute puppy. And he found a gun. Not as great as electrified Eskrima rods, but he'll take what he can get. He rifled through the lockers in the room the man brought him into and picked up a change of clothes that would fit from multiple sources. He swiftly shed out of the leotard and the fishnet, but he couldn't get rid of the boots since there were no loafers his size. He made do with hiding them under his dark trousers. Fully clothed and now ready to go, he shoved the knocked-out gangster into the laundry bin underneath a pile of gross, old clothes. He straightened up and tapped twice on his comms. "Muckina, over. Hey, Greenie. How's the mission so far?" He chuckled quietly before replying, "Good. Switch over the comms to Dobby and mute yourself. Don't forget to add the voice scrambler." I, Greenie." There was a soft beep as the earpiece connected to another source. A gruff voice on the other end of the line grouched, "Are you dead yet?" Viridian scoffed and rolled his eyes. "Nice to see you too. How are things on your end?" There was a brief shuffle before his gravely voice spoke. "I'm with your stuff. Told that scrawny blonde you were eyeing I was with you and he believed me. I hope you fail for what it's worth. These things can catch a pretty penny on the market if you catch my drift." He hummed, blocking Machina from reconnecting to scream about her babies to Dobby. "I have a possible location on the captives. Be ready for a distraction." "How big we talking? How big can you make it without burning down the building?" "Give me a signal. I'll be around." "Alright, see you later." There was a click as Viridian cut off the connection. He reconnected with Machina and ignored her screeching. "Can you keep an eye on him for me? Get ready to call the cops on this location. Sakwachi's number should be saved on your file somewhere." "Oh, I'm gonna dash." "Machina, focus," he snapped. "Once I have confirmed visual on the captives, tell Sakwachi to haul himself over here. There's an unknown number of traumatized, kidnapped people here and a potential gunfight with a gang. I can take care of the captives, but tell him to watch his and his people's back. Ugh, fine. Stay safe or I'm calling your mother. He inwardly winced. But I'm off. Viridian disconnected from the call and took in a deep breath. He swiftly set off towards the lower levels, straightening up his spine and striding down the hallways with his head held up high. He stepped into an elevator and immediately locked onto the scanner beside the buttons. He lifted a brow. 5 seconds later, he hotwired the elevator to take him to the basement. He watched as the numbers ticked down before a soft chime alerted that he arrived at his destination. The doors slid open and the 2 guards beyond it turned to him. They both jolted when they saw him, most likely because he looked younger than what they were used to, and one of them barked, "Stop! Who let this brat in?" "This brat," he spat, heels clicking ominously as he strut past them, sending the 2 of them a venomous glare. They both stiffened and remained still at the intense bloodlust rolling off him in waves. Viridian sneered. "Was sent by your boss to check up on the merch. My buyer is interested in what you have to show, and I'm here to make sure his interest is worth it." "Oh, my apologies, sir," one of the guards hastily bowed. "We have one with a powerful illusion quirk." He rounded on the guard and snarled. "Did I ask for your suggestions?" The guard jolted and hastily bowed again. "No. My sincerest apologies." Viridian scoffed and crossed his arms, dismissing him. "Open the doors, one by one. I need to see your entire lineup with my own 2 eyes." "Why, sir," the guard stammered. I just need to call this in dash. Was I unclear?" Viridian grabbed the guard down by his tie and he yelped. The older man's eyes snapped into the vigilante's amethyst ones that gleamed furiously in the harsh light. He trembled. "You see, I've had a very bad day today," Viridian drawled, dangerous and sweet, tone as thick as honey but sharp as a wasp. "This is the 3rd time you've crossed me, Grunt. My patience and the patience of my employer are wearing thin. I'm certain I don't need to tell you what would happen to the rest of the Anegi gang if it snaps." The terror in the man's eyes cranked up to an 11. He blanched and hastily nodded his head. "Weiss, I understand. My greatest apologies on behalf of the Anegi gang." Viridian tilted his head innocently and smiled like the devil. He let go of the terrified guard and straightened his tie, patting his chest. "Good boy. Now, the merchandise." They were quick to obey after that. They unlocked the first door with a set of keys that Viridian took note of and swung the heavy metal door open. They flanked the sides of the doorway and stood sentinel. Viridian kept his gaze forward as he strutted inside a small room filled with a basic toilet, a sink, and a cot. The prisoners' wrists were cuffed together and chained to the wall. They were lying down in the cot when Viridian came in, and it was difficult to make out their face with the low lighting. One of the guards came inside and grunted. He kicked the figure and the prisoner lurched. "Oi, get up," the guard growled. "There's someone here to see you." There was a pause and the prisoner made no move to sit up. The guard growled even more and snapped his fingers. The prisoner tensed and curled in, Pavlovian response to get them to obey, before they slowly clambered into a sitting position. Izuku's heart lurched into his throat. Pallid skin. Deep eyebags. Tired, angry violet eyes staring back at him. Wild purple hair stuck up in all directions, only to be interrupted by the straps of the muzzle that clenched his jaw shut. "This one's parents sold him," the guard explained, unaware of the growing tension. "He's got a powerful brainwashing quirk that allows him to take control over anyone that responds to his questions. Don't worry, he's an orphan. No one's gonna miss him." Bile rose up in the back of Izuku's throat. He couldn't tell if he should laugh or cry or slaughter the men behind him, so he smiled instead to stave off the oncoming panic, because of freaking course this would be how they meet. Again, Hitoshi Shinso was glaring up at him. As beautiful as the day he died. "Hey Akatani, you run along this route too?" Large eyes flickered over, the green replaced by red long ago thanks to one of Sensei's quirks. Mikumo Akatani tentatively smiled. He slowed his pace to match Shinsu's, whose lips curled up at the edges as they jogged through the park trail together. "Why yeah," Mikumo murmured, channeling his shy persona to the forefront of his personality. "Every morning. You. Just found this place last week. Shinso sheepishly grinned. Now I come here in the morning when it's nice and cool. Mikumo hummed, quickly noting his entire demeanor. You seem pretty happy lately. What happened to the hole? I'm Hitoshi Shinso. I like to brood, so please don't talk to me. About that, he rubbed the back of his neck, still smiling. Something good recently happened. Really? Did you find a girlfriend? He snorted. No. I, changed guardianship recently. I think it'll be permanent this time. Mikumo stopped jogging and his eyes lit up. He beamed. That's amazing, Shinso-kun. Who is it? When can I meet them? Not now, I'm still worried. Violet eyes flickered away, so hopeful, yet so full of doubt. Maybe in a few months or something. We'll see. Mikumo hastily nodded his head. They changed topics, talking about the upcoming sports festival and what kinds of events they would expect this year. Of course, Shinso was blissfully unaware that his previous foster parents went missing from jail the night before. He didn't know that they were currently tied up in the league's basement, passed out after being tortured. He didn't know that the reason for his abrupt adoption to Shoyuta Aizawa and Hisashi Yamada was because someone he recently befriended had pulled a few strings to make sure he was safe. And Mikumo would be sure to keep it that way. Even if one day, they'd end up fighting on opposite sides of this war. / Hitoshi was utterly screwed. Seriously. What is up with the foster care system in Japan? He's read stories when he was small about how orphanages and group homes tend to neglect and harm their children, but he didn't want to believe anyone could be so cruel. Or that an entire system of people the government was supposed to protect could fail that badly. Of course, that was when his parents were still alive and his quirk didn't come in. After that it was a different story altogether. But none of them could have prepared him for the absolute clusterfudge that has been his life for the past month. First, the Yakubutsus get arrested for having been involved with a drag smuggling ring that some new vigilante had a hand in busting. Next, he gets thrown over to the Shukas with a brief prayer that they won't have a muzzle like the Yakubutsus. Then, it turns out that they had sold him like a freaking cattle over to gang members so that they can sell him again to someone who can force him to use his quirk for villainy. The best part about this is his history of running away from abusive foster families has come back to bite him, because he guarantees that no one will be looking for an orphan with a villainous quirk who likely ran away from his new home. Just what is his luck? And now there's some blonde kid who is just standing there in his cell with the two other idiot guards with the most frightening glare he's ever seen. He doesn't even look any older than Hitoshi. How the hell is he working for someone? The moment they get this muzzle unbound and his chains undone, he was gonna. Interesting, the blonde stranger murmured, violet eyes piercing into his very soul. He doubled down his glare, but the stranger didn't even flinch. He's got a lot of fight left in him. How long did you say he's been here? A week, one of the burly men answered. The blonde stranger pet his head, face still blank. Must be pretty stubborn to have held out for this long. Don't worry, we're working on breaking it in. Hitoshi tensed. There it was again. They were calling him in it. Like he's not even a person and just a tool in their eyes. I see, the blonde murmured. His fingers drummed along the side of his head. So tell me, what is your process on? An explosion sounded off in the distance that rattled the building. The guards lurched forward, one of them yelling, "What the hell was that?" What happened next was a blur for Hitoshi. The guard was abruptly cut off and fell to the ground, and in the next second the other guard joined him too. The blonde huffed and scowled at the two of them, muttering something under his breath, before swiftly fiddling with their bodies. He took out a pair of keys and rushed over to the cuffs on Hitoshi's wrists. He held them out and the stranger quickly got to work, the heavy iron shackles falling onto the concrete floor with a resounding thunk. Another explosion rocked the compound. The blonde swore, muttering something about, "Stupid, scar-faced lunatic, I told you not to blow up the building," before swearing again when he inspected the muzzle. "Well shiz," he growled. "Hold still, I'm gonna use a knife to cut you out." Hitoshi's heart skipped beats. Before he could back away or some other form of protest, the stranger whipped a knife from somewhere around his leg and deftly slid it in between the strap and his head. Snip. The muzzle fell with a clatter to the floor. Hitoshi coughed and his hands scrabbled to his mouth, wincing as he felt the abrasions along his nose and jaw. Tapping on his shoulder. He looked up and the stranger raised his hands. "Can you stand?" Hitoshi's eyes widened. This person knew JSL? "Yes, I do." Hitoshi internally jolted in shock. The stranger dangled a pair of keys in front of him. "If you can stand, then get up. We need to help the others." Thankfully enough, Hitoshi was able to stand. He spent the past week, oh my Kami, he's been kidnapped for a week now, jumping. Between conserving his energy, watching the guards change shifts, and occasionally moving around to make sure his muscles didn't lock up for when he could run. The benefits of previous fosters locking him up in rooms for days at a time with little food and water to go off of. They quickly managed to free everyone there. There were 5 others and most of them were just kids, before the other end of the hall flooded with guards flying in. They swarmed the exit, and the other end of the hall was a dead end. Shiz. One of the captives, he was with long orange hair, male, scrawny and skinny and looked like he should be in elementary school, flinched and wailed. "Please no." The blonde stranger stepped forward from the group and widened his stance in a protective measure. He turned his head slightly towards them and murmured something low. "I'll create an opening and I need you all to run." "And you?" A pink-haired woman nervously asked. "Will there be blood?" A blonde girl shrieked, sounding way too happy at the prospect of bloodshed. To the guy's credit, he didn't even react to that strange comment. "I'll be right behind you," the stranger steadily answered. Hitoshi did a mental headcount of how many guards were stationed on the other side. He's not taking his chances. He liked his lips and swallowed his spit to try and get rid of the dryness in his mouth. He opened his mouth and pitched his voice high to be unrecognizable and projected it as far as he could. "Why are you doing this to us?" Shouts and sneers and all sorts of responses went up until one of them snapped, "Oi, are you all freaking crazy? One of them has a..." Hitoshi felt the threads and quickly yanked on them. Before any of their comrades could knock them out of it, he opened his mouth and yelled, "Sleep." Numerous thumps were heard as the bodies hit the floor. The others that weren't caught by Hitoshi's quirk screamed in outrage and advanced. Some of them were drawing guns and a couple had taken out syringes of some drag that Hitoshi really did not want to know the effects of. The blonde protector swiftly dashed forward and he blinked. To say that it was a fight was an overstatement. This was just a straight-up massacre. The guy had nothing but a suit and heels and he was somehow kicking the butts of at least 24 men with brutal ease. He glanced back at the others' stunned faces and then back to the brawl, only to notice that the last person standing had just fallen. He gaped. Blondie Huft stood in the midst of the pile and inspected the carnage with barely mild interest before turning back to Hitoshi. He nodded and simply said, "Thanks. Just don't wreck your voice next time." Hitoshi numbly nodded, not trusting himself to say anything, but also because he couldn't say anything because his throat was burning with misuse. The stranger jerked his head and said, "Come on, let's get you out of here. No need to tell anyone twice." Phil quickly but hesitantly scampered after the blonde as he led them up the set of stairs the gangsters had came down from. They encountered more as they went up, but they were swiftly dispatched by the blonde before most of them even realized they were there. Seriously. Just who is this guy? Why hasn't Hitoshi heard of him before in the underground hero forums? He has to be one. No other kind of hero would fight the way he was doing or use infiltration tactics. Is he new then? What's his name? The blonde rammed into a door at the end of the hallway to reveal yet another hallway, except it was darker and moodier this time. There were screams coming from far away. Blaring police sirens coming from somewhere outside. Something crackled and smelled faintly of burning plastic. They spilled out into an open space. Was this a club? Wait, there are poles on that stage. Were they in a strip club? Only to shiz. Fire erupted in the space all around them. It blanketed the entrance and was swiftly spreading across the painted walls. Blondie swore as the heat smacked into them, smoke billowing up and slowly making its way to the floor. He whipped around, pointing somewhere off to their side and yelling, "This way! Go, go, go!" They all darted off in the direction he pointed in. They reached a door and the blonde body slammed into it with all his might. It didn't budge. The blonde stepped back and raised his leg to deliver a powerful stomp to the door, but it only rattled and held firm. Hitoshi's heart dropped. Oh no 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 no. He and the others couldn't have been saved only to die. They were too close to stop now. Machina! The blonde barked. He wasn't looking at any of them. Hell, it doesn't look like he was addressing any of them. Direct Dobby to my exact location. There's a door jam that he can melt with quirk. Tell him to hurry up. He stepped back, grouping the others to the side. Glass shattered nearby and someone screamed. The fire was spreading to the bar. Blonde turned back to them and shouted in alarm. Duck! He raised his hand above his head and loud bangs went off in quick succession. A dark mass fell from the ceiling with the blonde standing on the other side. The last thing Hitoshi was able to see past the heat and the fire was the bar exploding outwards, glass shattering everywhere. And the hero was nowhere in sight. // Good evening, listeners. Welcome back to another segment of Put Your Hands Up with your fabulous host for tonight, Present Mike. Cheers and applause go up in the background in time with a jaunty jingle. Hold on to the edge of your seats, folks, because tonight we'll be talking about the fire villain that went rampaging in downtown Muzutafu earlier this evening. A pre-recorded crowd, os, at the line. I know, right? Most of you have probably heard about it by now. Word travels fast on social media these days. Laughter in the background. Well, I'm here to give you an update on the situation. So far, we've got ourselves a real kicker of a villain. Reports say he's got a lot of scars on his face and body, and he's got a pretty flashy fire quirk that lets him use blue flames. That's gotta be hot. He started off by blowing up a generator before lighting up the street. But fret not, dear listeners. There were plenty of heroes nearby when it happened, so they were able to swoop in before any casualties could be made. Unfortunately, it seems Burns McGee gave our heroes and fellow boys in blue the ol' slip. So if you're out and about right now, I'd say get on the phone with someone at home, your mom, your dad, your boyfriend, your cat. And keep them on until you get back and are snug as a bug under the sheets. The trains are still running at this time, and so are the cabs if they're too far to walk without getting yourself a blister. And don't forget, it's always better to go with a buddy than to be a lone wolf. Ooh. Now, because it's such a special night tonight, we are opening our call centers for anyone who can't get in touch with anyone else but their cat right now. Remember, the number is, shout it. That's 7468848. And if you're lucky, then your call might even be directly connected to me. Our call centers are online starting now. And in the meantime, while we wait for our first call, I'll be putting some soothing jams for your end-of-the-day jitters. Slow jazz plays over the speakers. Someone turns off the microphone and sighs, pulling down their headphones. How was it, Techu? Think it was good enough? We're receiving reports from the call center now. The callers are a bit anxious, but calm for the most part. You did good informing the public of a dangerous criminal on the loose while keeping them calm. Be proud of yourself, Mike. Thanks, Techu. It's Cammy, what the hell? A flashy villain appears out of nowhere, starts a big enough scene that people from the other side of Muzutafu can see it, and then just disappears. Like, I don't understand. What was their reason? What was their motive? What did they achieve other than mass panic? Oh, wow, Mike. Don't tell me you're quitting radio show hosting to be a detective now. Nah. It's just something I picked up from he grouches about doing the investigative stuff, but when it comes down to it, that's exactly what he ends up doing most of the time. It's been that way for a long time now. I think it's sweet that you're both still going steady after all these years. I wish I could find a partner like that. Techuo. You'll find yourself a good guy or gal or NB pal. If not, call Uncle Mike up and I'll come raring for a beatdown. Thanks, Mike. You're like the unofficial official cool uncle/dad of the team. All the interns and sidekicks look up to you, you know? It's not just the way you use your quirk or your popularity in the rankings. Most of them say the coolest part about you is your way with words. You can calm a crowd within seconds of speaking. You can encode information for underground heroes in public broadcasts without any villains knowing about it. Or you do stuff like this, directing the public to safety while informing them of what's going on without inciting mass panic. It's amazing to see it in person. Oh, see, come on, Tet. I got a BB on the AR in a B-bit and you're making me tear up. I'm just telling you how it is. You're about to go live soon though. Do you need a minute more? Nope. Just dash, violently blows nose into handkerchief. Much better. I'm A-okay and ready to go. You're going live in 3, 2, 1. Oh, and we're back, listeners. We got a caller on the line here, and you're about to be patched in. Ready? Hey ya, this is Present Mike from Put Your Hands Up Radio. You're live on the air right now, so why don't you introduce yourselves to the folks back home, you dig? Hello. Hello to you too, listener. We're hearing you loud and clear from our end. Oh, thank Cammy, I didn't know who else to go to and the police weren't picking up. That's alright, listener, it's what we're... Hold on, this is serious. Back at the club that got blown up tonight by the fire villain, Club De Facto? He's not a villain. He was a distraction because the club was a cover-up for a trafficking ring happening in the basement. Hold on just a sec. I saw the kids coming out of the club, but there was a 7th person that I didn't see at the EMTs. I think it was the vigilante, Viridian? He was wearing a disguise, but I know for sure it was him because I saw him go in there personally and... Hey, listener, why don't I connect your call over to one of the agents at the call center? They can handle what you've got to put out better than I can on the air. Okay, Sorry, it's just, Cammy. Viridian saved those kids, but that explosion was so huge and... Hey, don't worry your head over it, listener. We'll get there in time. Help is on the way. Chin up, he'll want to thank the person who called him in and got a proper head count of the people in the building. Thank you. Thank you so much. See ya, Gizzy. Eeny. Greeny. Come in. Esiva. Viridian. Are you there? Answer me. Hey, I think I found your guy. Green hair? On the young-looking side. Who is this? I have multiple ways to track you down and disembowel you. The guy who was helping out Viridian earlier. You directed me here. Flame guy. Oh my Cammy, thank Cammy, what would I do without you Cammy? How's Viridian's status? Not good. Knocked out, covered in extensive burn marks and shards of glass in his back. Think there's some broken bones too. Pushes. Hey, where do you live? And why should I trust you? Because he went charging into enemy territory to rescue your friend. Without any gear like the selfless motherfudging idiot he is and got a building collapsed on him for it. My friend is broken and bleeding and needs help. I trust him and he trusts you, but if he dies I'm coming after your head. Fair enough. I'll see you there. Izuku came to with a migraine the size of Mount Fuji. His face was smashed into a couch that smelled like soot. His entire body ached and he groaned, burying his face deeper into the cushions. A pitter-patter of steps approached him. A familiar voice anxiously asked, Izuku? Baby? How are you feeling right now? His response was a jumbled, garbled mess of unintelligible noise. His mother hummed as if it made any sense to her, which probably did considering that she's, well, Mom. I see. I have painkillers here, but you'll need to sit up for them. Don't worry, Mama will help you out. Another groan as his mother gently but carefully took his arms in a firm hold. Ready? No, he's not. His back was blazing with pain. The skin there felt raw and exposed, as did the back of his arms, his legs, his side, and everything else in his body. He did manage to get up with a lot of hissing on his part. He sat up blearily, swaying from side to side. His mother held him in place as she popped a pill in his mouth and forced him to dark a drink of cool, refreshing water. She let him lie down back on the couch as they waited for the medicine to kick in, because Cammy. He's never felt this bad before. Did he get an entire building dropped on him or something? Yes, another voice seethed. Female and just as equally terrifying as his mother. Yes, you did, Greenie. It also exploded and you were not even 15 feet away from the blast radius. If Dobby didn't come find you when he did, and if your mother wasn't already rushing to the scene because she knows you, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation because you would have been dead. Do you understand just how freaked out I was when you weren't responding? I legitimately thought we'd lost you back there. What were you thinking rushing in alone like that? I was there. I meant with you when you went in. He hissed at the loud volume. His mother murmured something away from him, and he could hear Mimi's disgruntled huff. She sighed. Did you even have a plan, Greenie? May slowly asked. You ended up with multiple broken bones, your entire back burnt, and, you know what, I think you can feel just how pain your body is in right now. As cruel as this sounds, it probably would have been best if you waited a little while longer to regroup and find more backup. You'll have to go off the streets for how long, Mrs. Midoriya? A few months at least, she sighed. Remember our promise, Izuku? You can't be reckless like this. Toshi was there. Toshi? Mimi muttered. Who's that? Oh, honey. A presence knelt beside him and soothingly ran a hand through his hair. He leaned into the cool touch and sighed, the old pain rising back up again now that the adrenaline wore off. Is Toshi your ex or something? Izuku groaned. He blearily lifted his head, ignoring the way his body screamed in protest against the movement, and looked. A scared face was leaning over the back. Icy blue eyes stared back down to him. Izuku's lizard brain decided that was the best time to short-circuit, and he coherently blurted out, between Fuyumi and Natsuo, who has the best chance of hiding Shudo from Endeavor? He stiffened. Izuku can read the panic in his eyes as clear as day. But just as quickly as it showed, his expression quickly schooled it back into his usual infallible sneer. Endeavor? That prick? I don't know who all those other people are and I don't care. Izuku blinked slowly. He narrowed his eyes at the man who stared back at him unflinchingly. His head dropped back onto the couch and muttered, Right. Need to get Shudo away from the flaming trash heap. Wanna help me commit arson on his house so that Shudo can be with Fuyumi? I got nothing better to do. Can you even do it? Been waiting to find you to pull it off, he murmured. Knew you'd never let me live it down if I didn't. What? He snarled. I don't remember meeting any crazy green vigilantes in my life. Izuku chuckled humorlessly. Not in this life. What do you mean by that? Okay, that's enough interrogating him. His mother swiftly stepped in, waving Dobby away. Now you go out and do whatever it is teenagers living in slums do while I make lunch for all of us. And no, I'm doing this out of my own budget. Don't think you and Toga can get away from me. I've seen how skinny you both are underneath those baggy clothes and scars. Izuku huffed amusedly. Let her mother you. You became a Midoriya the moment Mom laid eyes on you, and that means you can't refuse her care no matter what you do unless if you want to feel the soul-crushing guilt of a spurned mother. If not for you, do it for Toga. I'm guessing she's not the type to eat with someone she doesn't know unless if you're eating with her. Mom's got blood bags. No worries about bloodlust acting up. How do you know so much about us? I literally just met you last night. You want the crazy one or the believable one? Crazy, he sneered. Izuku dryly smirked. Challenge accepted. I'm from a future where the world gets taken over by a psycho's failed experiments that have the physical prowess on par with All Might, and that's without factoring for their quirks. You, me, Toga, May, and a few others were the last survivors in Japan before we found a half-finished time machine, finished it, and then used it to send me back here. Dobby frowned, obviously in disbelief, and said, Okay. What's the believable one then? I want to screw over the Hero Commission and this Quirkus Society, because quirkless people like me don't have any rights or future prospects, he easily. Well, sort of lie. This was pretty much the main reason he ended up becoming a villain in the first timeline. They turn a blind eye to the number 2 hero abusing his family. He drove his wife mad and sent his eldest son to death after he gave him to the Hero Commission for hero training. Everyone else in the program either died, was discarded, or became a puppet. To date, Only the number 10 Hero Hawks, real name Kigo Takami, has survived but is under the Commission's strict control. In order to take down the Commission, I need to target the heroes they have the most sway with. And what better hero to strike than the number 2 domestic abuser in all of Japan? A pin dropping could be heard in the silence that followed. A quiet chuckle. Then full-blown, hysterical laughter as Dabi reeled over the couch, gasping and wheezing. Are you serious? You, a kid who is barely out of diapers, wants to tangle with the most powerful organization of all time by hitting the heroes in seats 2 and 10. How is this any less crazy than the one you said before? 'Cause I've done it, Izuku wearily explained. Except it backfired and led to the collapse of Japanese society, so now I'm hopefully working with Nizu and the police to prevent that. Dabi scoffed harshly. I'm pretty sure I would have noticed if society ended up falling. Happened in the previous timeline over the next 3 years. Won't happen if I can help it. Now you're just delusional. Izuku sighed. They were going nowhere with this. Time to switch topics. How's Toga? None of your business, he snarked. My blood in those blood bags says otherwise. Normally she'd be jumping around right now trying to stab me and talking about how pretty blood would look on my face. The fact that she isn't implies she's either out or bedridden, but it's most likely the latter than the former considering that it's only been a day since she's been freed. Except being bedridden could mean anywhere between simple exhaustion after being kidnapped and held prisoner, or in critical condition. He huffed. Fine, Brainiac. She's sleeping. Estimated recovery time? Not telling. Will she back within a month? Again, none of your business, brat. I think I deserve my questions answered considering you set fire to the club and landed me in this state even though I specifically told you to avoid it. He snarled. I was halfway down the street when I saw the fire breaking out. I don't know what caused it, but it sure as hell wasn't me because I wasn't even near the place when it happened. I'm not the only one around these parts with a fire quirk. For all you know, a patron could have done it, so quit throwing the blame on me. All right, that's enough, you two. His mother gently chided as she popped back in the room. The scent of warm soup reached his nose and Izuku's stomach began to grumble. His mother chuckled as she set a pot down on the ratty table propped up with old magazines and newspapers. He could feel. Dabi's face scrutinized the scene more than see it. You know that your son is a vigilante. She replied, not taking her eyes off ladling some soup into the bowls she brought from home. And you're not stopping him. A hand cards through his hair and Izuku hums. No, I'm not, she airily began. The situation is a little more complicated than you would expect, and none of us really have a choice in the matter. The least I can do as his mother is support him and ensure that he doesn't injure himself too badly trying to stop the apocalypse. You all are really sold on the idea that the world is gonna end, huh? It will, Izuku grumbled. Dabi sighed and mumbled something under his breath that sounded like, too old for this shiz, before leaving the room. Probably to go check on Toga. Hey, Greenie. His mother helped him sit back up and he raised his head slowly to stare at May. Peach. She held up his phone with a weird look on her face that could have been trepidation. She leaned away from his phone and grimaced at something on the screen. You have a lot of texts from someone named Eraser Cat. Boy, is that the hero who's assigned on your case that you needed to adopt purple hair? Izuku groaned and tried to flop back down, but his mother stopped him. He pouted, but she gave him the look and he relented begrudgingly. Give it here, Mimi. Aren't you, like, in serious pain or something? Nah, he grinned, but it probably looked more like a grimace. Pain pills are kicking in. Besides, this has nothing on the time my leg got ripped off by a Nomu. Ugh, that's gross. She shivered, but eventually handed the phone off to him. Izuku looked down at the screen as it blew up with at least 50 different messages and 30 attempts to call him. His mom spoon-fed him another portion of soup. He's long since gave up trying to stop her, as he popped open the chat and braced himself for the oncoming onslaught. That one dumb reckless green vigilante. Eraserhead has added Naomasa Tsukwachi to the chat. Naomasa Tsukwachi. Is this what I think it is? Eraser, how did you manage to get Viridian's phone number? Eraserhead, he got mine. More importantly, answer me. What the hell was that on Mick's show about you being trapped in a falling and burning building at the fire villain rampage last night? Are you being treated? There's a citywide alert out for you. Problem child respond. I will drag you to the hospital myself if I have to. Or bring recovery girl, take your pick. If you don't answer, I'll assume you're dead in an alleyway somewhere, and I don't want to be the one to explain to your parents what the hell their kid is up to at night. The idiot vigilante. Please. Calm down, Eraser-Dad. Fine. I'm with a friend right now being treated. Eraser-Head. Problem child, what the hell were you thinking? You didn't think to call someone for backup? The idiot vigilante. I called you and I had a friend on scene to help out. Naomasa Tsukwachi. You referring to the person with the fire quirk who committed arson to half the buildings on that block last night? The idiot vigilante. Human lie detector guy. Yeah, the fire guy is my friend. I asked him to create a distraction to lure out the Anegi gang from Club De Facto so that I can bust the captives they had in the basement out. Are they okay? There were 5 of them. Naomasa Tsukwachi. Yes, they're all recovering in the hospital at the moment while we contact their families about their disappearances. They reported that there was a 6th person with them that was missing when they woke up. They have blonde hair and a penchant for talking about blood. Are they with you right now? The idiot vigilante. She's good. Also getting treated with me. So you don't need to worry about her. What about the purple-haired one? Hitoshi Shinso? I swear to Kami, if you send him back to whatever foster home he's in right now. Naomasa Tsukwachi. I apologize, but that is confidential information. The idiot vigilante. Like how you're apparently the police liaison for All Might. Your silence for the past minute is telling, Detective. Eraser-Head. Tsukwachi, it's fine. Give him the details of the case. I'll take the fall for whatever happens. In exchange, I hope you'll be telling us your version of the events, Viridian. The idiot vigilante. Good doing business with you, Eraser. Naomasa Tsukwachi. All right. But I hope you realize that I don't condone this, Eraser. Eraser-Head. Naomasa Tsukwachi. Hitoshi Shinso will also be making a full recovery. He's not going to be sent back to his foster family. In fact, he's going to be taken in by a trusted associate of mine. The idiot vigilante. It better have been you and the blonde cockatoo Eraser. I know you both have emergency foster licenses. Erase Ria D. It is kid. I told you before, we'd take good care of him. If you want, we can arrange a time for you two to meet so you can make sure of it yourself. The idiot vigilante. Why would I do that? I can just hop over to your home and peek through the windows. Private DMs. Detective Tsukwachi. Aizawa, what the hell is this kid? How does he know so much about you? How does he know you're married to Mike? Does he actually know where you live, or is he bluffing? And why are you giving out so much information about the Shinso kid? Does Viridian know them somehow? Shoyuda Aizawa. It's nothing he hasn't found out before. And yes, it's likely these two know each other, but the circumstances of their relationship is unknown. Let me lead, Tsukwachi. Stay on standby for backup. That one dumb reckless green vigilante. The idiot vigilante has changed their name to Green Gremlin. Green Gremlin has changed Naomasa Tsukwachi's name to Stick in the Mud. Green Gremlin has changed Eraserhead's name to Eraser-Dad. Green Gremlin. Alrighty, so while you two freak out over how much info I know about Eraser, let me get down my account for you, Detective. So there I was, gallivanting in the night like my usual vigilante self. When I came across my fire-wielding friend, and I happened to overhear him talking about a quirk trafficking ring over at Club De Facto that was being run by the Anegi gang. So we both agreed to work together and hauled ourselves over to the club, but he couldn't get in without alerting everyone in the area what we're doing. So I had him on standby for a distraction while I infiltrated the club using a disguise from one of the entertainment workers, worked up one of the gang members running the club, and got him to lead me to captives before knocking him out and disguising myself as one of the members. Then I moseyed on down to the elevator, hacked past the security on it to get to the basement where they were kept, terrified a couple of guards, confirmed they were all there, and then signaled my friend to start blowing up the street and called Eraser in while I got all the captives out of there. Except, someone, not my friend but a rando, decided it was a good idea to set fire to the club. Plus all the exits were blocked, and the fire was about to hit the bar, so I had to do the next best thing. I shot some huge piece of decoration that looked like a billboard to cover the captives, and then the bar blew up and I got knocked out. But don't worry. Like I said, I'm getting treated now, so I'm A-okay. Eraser Dad. I'm assuming we won't be seeing you anytime soon while you recover. Green Gremlin. Eraser. As if you can get rid of me that easily. Laughing face. Eraser Dad. Problem child, you better not be going out before you're healed. Green Gremlin. Okay, I get that I have the self-preservation instincts of a lemming. But I swear I'm not that stupid. Eraser Dad. Debatable. Green Gremlin. I'll pretend that you did not just type and send that to the chat. You too conveniently forget that I'm a hacker on top of being a fighter, so I'll just be feeding you both info to take down criminals, smiley face. Speaking of which, how do you two feel about raiding a Yakuza base to rescue a 5-year-old girl who the shy Hasaikai, namely the boss Kai Chisaki, is dissembling and reassembling to use her blood and flesh to make trigger components and a quirk erasing drag? Stick in the mud. He's doing what now? Eraser Dad. Problem child, how the hell do you find yourself in these messes? Green Gremlin. They just find me. But seriously, are you on board? BC, I need to do a head count before I figure out which plan I should go with. And also plan around getting Shudo Todoroki out of Endeavor's estate and into the custody of his older siblings. Can't commit domestic violence if the kid is never at your house. Laughing face. Stick in the mud. Endeavor is doing what to his kid? Green Gremlin. 'Cause don't forget about the oldest to ya. But I guess the flashing trash can would be an accessory to the crime? 'Cause he shoved the kid over to the Hero Commission for their hero training program, but then he died and they just covered it up. Like they did with all the other kids that didn't make it. Stick in the mud. The Hero Public Safety Commission. Green Gremlin. Hawks was the only one to make it out, but he's still under their control and would very much like an exit pass after some coaxing. I've got a long list of things I need to get done. So are you done having your existential crisis, detective, or am I just gonna do all this solo? Stick in the mud. Oh. I'll be asking for your cooperation on this matter. But only to bring these people to justice for their crimes. After that I'm turning you in for vigilantism, Viridian. Green Gremlin. Can't do that when I haven't used a quirk. Stick in the mud. I can still arrest you for excessive violence, trespassing, illegal hacking, and abetting in the destruction of property and public disturbance. Green Gremlin. You know what, that's a fair point. Or it would be if I wasn't technically immune to the law, laughing face. Eraser Dad. Problem child, no one is immune to the law. Green Gremlin. Stick in the mud. How would one even be immune to the law? Green Gremlin. 10,000 yen says you wouldn't be able to figure it out even if you got your best investigators in all of Japan together, even with a hint. My friend is back and we need to plot against the flaming trash pile. Laughing face. Stick in the mud. Wait, what are you scheming? Viridian? Viridian. Izuku switched his phone off even as it was blowing up with messages from the stick in the mud detective. He turned to Dabi and smiled. He looked at him with all the reproach of a cockroach. So, Izuku fiddled with his phone between his 2 fingers and ran down a mental list of what he had to do, including digging up more information about this timeline's Tsukwachi. How do you feel like about messing with a certain flaming pile of trash that happens to be the number 2 hero? He lifted an eyebrow and crossed his arms. And how do you propose to do that? The green-haired vigilante's smile transformed into something feral. He told him, and the grin the scarred man gave back was absolutely manic. You were actually serious earlier. All right, I'm in. I edited Katsuki's confrontation with Izuku in Chapter 3 to be better, so now their entire relationship takes a whole new dimension. I strongly recommend everyone to go back and reread it, otherwise events in the future chapters won't make any sense. This only applies to anyone who read that scene before March. Thanks to Amivanal239 for pointing that out. Remember how Hitoshi was lamenting over the clusterfudge of his life for the past month? Yeah. It's still a clusterfudge, but at least it's a good clusterfudge now. He watched as Eraserhead, the Eraserhead, his childhood idol, stumble into the apartment carrying a mostly empty duffel full of Hitoshi's essentials. A chorus of meowing and scampering little footsteps made him look down as not one, not two, but 3 cats came running over to Eraserhead. They ran around his ankles and meowed adorably up at the tired man, who just looked down at them and sighed. He nudged them away with his socked foot, already taking off his shoes beforehand, and grumbled something under his breath. One of the cats, a pretty old one with stripes, pattered up to Hitoshi. It lifted their head and mewled, sending an arrow straight through his heart. He crouched down and watched their tail lazily swish back and forth, mewling all the while. You can pet him if you want. Hitoshi glanced up. The pro hero was looking at him with a wry, knowing smirk on his face, and his face flushed. His attention was pulled away when the cat butted their head against his knee and rubbed their face along his jeans. Hitoshi hesitantly reached out a hand. The cat bumped their wet nose against his knuckles and sniffed, before ducking under his hand and nuzzling up into his palm. He obliged, gently scratching their head as they purred contentedly. The other 2 cats immediately locked onto the new source of petting. They wasted no time piling on top of Hitoshi, demanding attention. Eraser came back to the entrance to see his charge absolutely swamped by his cats. If he was being honest, the kid looked like a kitten himself, staring wide-eyed at the other cats as they lavished him with attention. He inwardly sighed and shook his head. "Alright, come on, kid. Let me show you to your room." Hitoshi perked up. He struggled to get the cats off of him, not that he really wanted to, ever, but eventually settled on carrying the stripped one with him in his arms. He followed Eraser down a short hall until the older man stopped in front of a door and opened it, stepping away and gesturing inside. And honestly, it was pretty standard by Hitoshi's expectations. The wooden floors and muted blue walls were clean and empty. There was a standard dresser, bed, and bedside table combo. The room had a window in it too with thick curtains, which was always welcome and helped his room feel less like a prison every time his fosters locked him up in it. "This will be your space while you're staying with me and my husband," Eraserhead gestured at the mostly empty room. "Feel free to decorate. I know Mick's going to drag you shopping for stuff tomorrow. The rest of your possessions are over at the police station as evidence for their investigation into the Shuka couple for their part in quirk trafficking, but they said they'll be done with it in a few days." Hitoshi mutely nodded his thanks. "Now," Eraser grunted, popping a K in his neck. "A few ground rules while you're here." The purple-haired teen immediately tensed. Rules. They were always laid out for him whenever he moved into a new foster home. Mostly they consisted of the same 3 basic principles: don't speak, don't go to the authorities, don't be seen, and don't be heard. He gritted his teeth and braced himself for whatever rules Eraser was going to throw his way, because even though the man was a pro-hero, he was the one in charge here. Hitoshi couldn't dare disobey. Otherwise he'll be out on the streets again. 1. Eraserhead locked eyes with him, serious. "Don't go telling anyone about mine and present Mick's relationship. If you want to go out for whatever reason, inform me or Mike beforehand. Don't turn off your phone in case one of us needs to contact you. And try to avoid anywhere that's dangerous, especially when it's dark. Is there anything you want to add to that?" Hitoshi stared at him, frozen. "But that's it? That's it? He's not going to tell him that he'll kick him out if he uses his quirk or something?" Eraserhead lifted a brow. "Well, if you can't think of anything now, you can tell us later. Call me Aizawa, kid, and my husband Yamada. Try not to call either of us by hero name while we're off duty, especially Yamada's." He nodded mutely, still in shock. Eraserhead, Aizawa now he guesses, grunted in approval. "I'll leave you to unpack. Yamada will be back later after his radio show wraps up and we can have dinner. Do you have any allergies or preferences I should be made aware of?" The boy shook his head. Aizawa rumbled something. "Would you be okay with having pizza for dinner tonight?" He nodded. Aizawa scratched the back of his head and gave a nonverbal noise that said he heard, before turning around and dragging his feet back down the hallway. Hitoshi released a breath he didn't even realize he had. He glanced at the duffel Aizawa set down on the bed. The purple-haired boy unzipped it and quietly got to work putting his things away. Shirts, hoodies, jeans, undergarments, and socks in the dresser. Toothbrush and toothpaste on the bedside table to take to the bathroom. His father's watch and the only photo left of his parents. He ran his thumb over the old, worn picture. It had a glossy finish, though it was covered in nicks and scratches throughout the years from other kids. In it was a woman with soft blue hair and eyes hugging a toddler from behind. A man stood beside her, a wry but soft smile on his face with deep eyebags and flyaway lavender hair. His hand was wearing the same watch in Hitoshi's hand as he ruffled the toddler's hair, who beamed into the camera as bits of frosting and cake covered his face. A big number 4 candle rested on the side. He closed his eyes. He let the memories wash over him, bittersweet and hazy with the passage of time. He hopes that things will start looking up now that he's with a new family, with Eraserhead as his guardian no less. He sat down on the twin bed and flopped down on the covers. This was actually pretty nice. He sighed in content as he sank down into the navy comforter, the stripped cat curled up on his chest and purring as he pet them. He fished his phone out of his pocket and opened up a forum. He wasn't really big on social media given that he didn't have much of a social life to begin with, but Vigilantes subsection. The Watcher of Muzutafu, Viridian. Members, 762. Online, 278. It was a small, albeit mildly popular forum considering the nature of vigilantes. That most of the members, or the more active ones anyways, had been saved by or know someone who was saved by Viridian at one point. It steadily gained membership in the past few months since his debut, but it only got its own subsection this morning when the number of people who joined exploded. Likely due to the fire villain and Viridian's jailbreak of some kidnapped people making headlines on Present Mix Radio after a concerned caller freaked out over the vigilante's condition on air. In fact, Hitoshi wanted to know where the guy was too. He needed to thank him for busting him out of that club. That, and he wanted to know if the guy was okay because he didn't see what happened after the bar exploded. Then again, if what Aizawa and the detective said was true, then maybe he will be able to see the vigilante soon. He internally frowned. Hitoshi wasn't an idiot. He knew the reason why Aizawa took him in. Hell, the man even told him straight to his face when he and the detective came in to collect his testimony at the hospital. The only reason why Hitoshi wasn't sent back into foster care again was because they were both the lead investigators on Viridian's case, and Viridian had a special interest in him. Not to mention that they had reason to believe that the vigilante had rushed to get his disguise ready that night, so it's possible that Hitoshi was the only person who has seen what Viridian's real face looks like. The other captives at the scene weren't able to get a good look since they were all freaking out over the earlier explosion and the promise of escape to notice much of anything. So yeah, he's a person of interest on Viridian's case. Someone who needs protection and holds key information to the vigilante's identity. But if he's being realistic, he has no freaking idea who Viridian really is. Aizawa told him that Viridian is likely someone extremely close to him to the point where they knew all his hobbies, interests, triggers, and even methods to calm him down from panic attacks. It was creepy. The detail about wanting to get a scarf like Eraserhead was equal parts confusing and mortifying to hear from said hero's mouth. While it's true that he's been wanting Eraserhead merchandise since he first heard about him when he was 6, he's never bought a pair of yellow goggles for his birthday. He's never told anyone that having his father's watch is the best way to help him after a nightmare either. And he never had a cat to cuddle with after a nightmare, so he didn't know what to say there too. It's a bunch of information that was highly personal, but there were some that he doesn't remember happening. The only conclusion Aizawa and the detective made so far is that Viridian must have been someone who was extremely close to him early on, roughly around the time his parents died and he was thrown into foster care. But no matter how much Hitoshi racks his brain, he doesn't remember anyone who showed that much care for him. Since ever. It was only ever him and his parents, and Viridian was way too young to be someone who had died a long time ago. Not to mention Hitoshi would have punched the guy if he turned out to be his father that he thought was dead and never bothered to take Hitoshi out of foster care. So yeah, they all ended up with more questions than answers, so they resolved to just keep an eye on Hitoshi and essentially use him as bait for the vigilante. Is it callous of them? Maybe. But at least Aizawa was upfront about it, unlike his previous fosters, and he's pretty upfront about a lot of things. Moreover, he's been offered a pretty nice place to stay with two of his favorite pro heroes. And there's cats. And Aizawa's been genuinely nice to him so far, though a little emotionally constipated like Hitoshi himself. He wonders though, what exactly did he do to gain the attention of Mizutafu's newest vigilante who was quickly rising in notoriety? Were they childhood friends once? A distant relative even? He shoved the thoughts out of his mind and mindlessly scrolled through his phone instead. Post, unclaimed pranks on Endeavor solved? Published 21 hours ago. Yo, so, you know about all shiz being pulled on the number 2 hero but no one knows who's doing it? I have a friend that works as a janitor over at the Flaming Trash Piles Hero Agency. He's cleaning out the trash from the Schistein's office as usual, no biggie, and then he found this bright green envelope in his wastebasket. It's slightly charred but mostly intact. Of course, trash is trash, so my friend wouldn't have given it a second thought. Except it was addressed to Endeavor, which is the funniest name I've ever heard for the guy, so of course my friend had to read it. And boy, did he read it. This is the pic he sent me and I am still WHEZING. Attached letter to Endeavor.png. Dear Endeavor, the eternal number 2. I hoped you like all the glitter I dumped on you yesterday during that interview on national TV. Good luck trying to get it out of your costume. It's fireproof, so you can't burn it to ashes like your reputation was. Hope you enjoy the rest of your time on Earth before hellfire consumes your soul. Well, whatever's left of it anyways. Until next time, my dear flaming pile of trash. Laughing face. Green envelope? Signed with the letter V? As we, the fandom know, Viridian is a bit of a jokester who uses humor to passive-aggressively aggravate his opponents, and he doesn't hide his disdain for certain heroes. Especially Endeavor. So if this isn't the work of a certain green-hued vigilante protecting Mizutafu, then it who is. But wait, doesn't Viridian only go after petty crooks and minor street crimes? I thought that too, until a few days ago when the infamous call happened on Present Mix Radio. Put your hands up. Apparently Viridian and the fire villain, the Mad Lad themselves, had set fire to an entire street in the red light district to bust a quirk trafficking ring in one of the clubs there. We're all worried about him since he's been quiet since the incident, but the fact that the glitter incident with Endeavor happened last night and Viridian's taking the claim proves that he's still around and kicking. But of course, I'm gonna get comments how that I haven't proved that Viridian is connected to the pranks aside from circumstantial evidence. Plus, who the hell can say they broke into the number 2 hero's office to deliver a letter? So I did a little digging myself to see if Viridian is capable of doing just that, but unfortunately the police are pretty tight-lipped regarding the vigilante. All we have to go on is rumor and eyewitnesses here on the forum. Which is why I'm using this post as a way to compile all the known info we've got so far on the vigilante, both confirmed and suspected. I doubt that the whole club thing was his first big gig. There's got to be more. Or if not, there will be more in the future. So post down in the comments below what big cases you heard Viridian take part in. See you later, loves. Big base boy. Yo, so if this was confirmed, but I heard a while back that Viridian managed to hack a police station and update their cybersecurity, which is wild. Even geez. I can confirm he took down a major gang in my area a while back. My folks would get extorted by these guys BC there were no heroes nearby to protect us. And then the next day the gang just disappeared? And there was an envelope with a huge wad of cash in the mail? No one knew what happened for a while, but someone who was forced to work for the gang spilled that Viridian just showed up and took down the entire gang, phoned the police for pickup and skedaddled on out. Apparently they'd been having issues before then too, missing documents, disrupted supply lines, lower members just up and leaving and their businesses just crashing, and those were all Viridian too? Like, WH? What is this mad lad? Quoting Queen. I wish Viridian would just tag everything he does BC honestly, that's insane. Hitoshi grimaced internally. He can't say he's surprised if this was actually the case. He watched firsthand how Viridian got those 2 burly men to cower before him and then proceeded to beat up about a dozen men armed with quirks and guns in a blink of an eye. Once again, he had to wonder just what kind of person he managed to attract. A knock at the door brought him out of his thoughts. He shifted the cat onto his lap so that he could sit up. The door opened, and a foreign-looking man with long blonde hair tied up in a half-do poked his head in. He smiled upon seeing the tired boy and the cat. "Hey there, little listener. Sho said he'd be bringing you home today. I can see sushi's already warmed up to you." The cat, Sushi, let out a loud murp in reply. Hitoshi absently ran his fingers through their thickening fur coat and nodded silently. The blond man looked contemplative for a moment at his lack of verbal response. Then he raised his hand and signed, "Would you prefer if I used JSL instead?" Hitoshi blinked, momentarily stunned. He's met 2 people so far who knew JSL. That's 2 people more than he's met in his entire life. His stoic mask must not have hid his confusion because Yamada quickly explained, "I learned it when I was pretty young. Having a quirk that made you loud kinda," he gestured to his ears and shrugged, "and that didn't need any special knowledge in JSL to translate. I still have some of my hearing, but my mas decided I should learn JSL until I could get my quirk under control." The young boy internally winced. He could sympathize with that. He cautiously raised his hands and simply signed back, "Sure. JSL is easier." The man lit up like a cat with catnip. He quickly signed, "Dinner will be here soon. I hope you like pepperoni, 'cause we ordered that and a supreme pizza if you want more." "Oh, that's nice. There are options and he gets to pick." Though, they didn't need to be aware of his distaste for bell peppers. He nodded once, signed a short thanks, and the blond man smiled once more. Then he snapped his fingers as if he remembered something. "Oh yeah. I'm Hisashi Yamada, aka Present Mike. But you can just call me Zashi or Yellow Cockatoo if you wanna." The purple-haired boy nearly snorted at his sign name. Yellow Cockatoo. Makes sense given the hair and his quirk. By the way, Mike, Zashi, Yellow Cockatoo signed. "You wanna meet the rest of the cats? I heard from Sho that you met Loudmouth and Brat, but the other 2, Nightmare and MSPD, should be hiding around the apartment somewhere." "More cats to cuddle with?" "Hell yes." Hitoshi got up and followed after the man into the living room. His curious nature eventually got the better of him, even after his quirk manifested and he became afraid of asking questions. It never went away, so he tapped Yamada's arm to get his attention before signing. "What's MSPD stand for?" Yamada looked like he was looking at the heavens for strength. He eventually signed back, "My sleep paralysis demon." He snorted for real this time. Turns out they didn't have to search too hard. Once they reached the living room, Hitoshi was immediately jumped by 5 cats and ended up on the floor underneath a pile of fluffy happiness. He ignored the way Yamada threw his hands up in the air and started loudly complaining about how not one of those cats had ever done that to him, but apparently they liked purple-haired kids more than blonde loudmouthed adults. Eraser? Right, it's gonna take some time to get used to calling him by his actual name, slinked into the room. He took one look at Hitoshi sprawled out on the floor with the cats swarming all over him contentedly. He took a seat on the floor next to him and one of the cats with a fluffy blonde coat sauntered over before plopping down on his lap, demanding to be petted. Yamada sighed at his family before falling down on the sofa. And turning on the TV. Loudmouth yowled as Aizawa shot to his feet and swore. Shoyuta closed the door to the kid's new room and left him to unpack. He didn't stay and help because he knew the kid would want some space after everything he's been through. At least, that's what he hopes is the case. He's not like Zashi who can read the room and accurately anticipate the needs of everyone around him. He's not good at comforting people, much less comfort-abused foster kids. He knows he's harsh and gruff and emotionally stunted. Hell, he expelled his entire class this year because they didn't have what it took to be heroes, not unless if they died in the first year or would recklessly endanger others. He leaves comforting to his more socially aware husband. But if there's one thing he knows, it's how to deal with emotionally constipated teens who've been through the ringer because he was an emotionally constipated teen who'd been heavily neglected by his parents once. Kindness was often met with distrust for him, and he could see it in the kid's eyes that he wouldn't believe Shoyuta if he said that he'd take him in without a logical reason. He couldn't let the kid foster the belief that Shoyuta had an ulterior motive to inviting him into his home. He did that with Zashi because he didn't believe anyone could have been that nice to him, and it only stopped after a lot of screaming and crying and messy emotions that Shoyuta was not interested in dealing with again. So he consulted his husband and a psychologist on the police force, and they both agreed the best way to go about this was slow. They tell the kid that the only reason they're taking him in is because he's a key element to the Viridian case. And then from there, they try to naturally adopt him into the household, because there was no way they weren't. Not with the way the cats immediately swarmed him. Anyone the cats decide to swarm is automatically deemed a member of the family in Shuta's books, even if he was a little skeptical when Viridian first brought the kid to his attention. Viridian may be annoying, but at least he's a good kid. Except that notion was thrown out the window when Zashi turned on the TV and showed Endeavor's mansion wreathed in very familiar blue flames went up into ashes, and he stood up and swore. Because there's absolutely no way that stupid idiot wasn't a part of this. Hence the reason why he was out the door with his capture scarf and his phone in his hand as he speed-dialed Tsukachi. The detective immediately picked up after the first ring and swiftly said, "This was what Viridian meant on the group chat last night, wasn't it?" "Most likely," Shoyuta grunted as he swung up and over a roof. "Oh Cammy, just what is that kid even thinking?" His way of getting Endeavor to stop domestic abuse, if what he said is to be believed. Just, even if the number 2 hero was hurting his kid, all the evidence for it likely just went up in flames along with his. We can't investigate a case for domestic violence if there's no house to investigate in the first place, and wait. Shoyuta perched on top of a lamppost. He frowned at Tsukachi's shift in tone. "What is it?" There was a rustle on the end of the phone and then a pause. A long one. He was growing restless. "Detective, answer me." Tsukachi stayed silent. Shoyuta doubled his speed on his way to the precinct, heart hammering and mind whispering, "Don't be late, don't be too late, not again," not like with Oboro when a faint voice said, "So, about that evidence." Viridian somehow managed to get into my office and drop a gigantic folder with a hard drive and documents going back over 20 years. "There's a lot to unpack here." "How much?" He grunted as he landed on the roof of the Mizudafu Police Department. "I'll be making coffee, tequila, and energy drinks for us tonight. A lot of it." Shoyuta clicked his tongue as he opened the rooftop access, already dreading what was to come. Gadangit, problem child. Shudo now firmly has a new favorite hero and his name is Viridian. Wanted criminal in the eyes or no, he's Shudo's hero. Endeavor was called away on business again, this time all the way in Hokkaido. The teens suspected that the increased number of incidents Endeavor was called for outside of Mizudafu was likely Viridian's doing. The timing seemed to match up. The gradual rise of the number of times Endeavor would be out of town on a mission began shortly after Viridian made his debut. No one knew exactly when it was, but according to the vigilante forum Shudo stumbled across, it had been about a month ago. And just a week before now, Viridian showed up in Endeavor's very own backyard and told Shudo that help would be coming soon. He just didn't know that help would come in the form of a mysterious note tacked onto his window telling him to stay in Natsuo's apartment that afternoon. He certainly didn't expect to hear Natsuo screaming for him to come to the living room that night, much less see Endeavor's mansion ablaze on the news. He didn't know what exactly to make of it. Fuyumi freaked out and asked if Shudo was with Natsuo, before she broke every single speed law rushing over to his apartment. Then they asked him if he had anything to do with it because he told them that he packed all of their things, mother's things, and Tuya's things into the 3 big duffel bags that was sitting in the guest bedroom. He slowly blinked at the terrified expressions on both of their faces. "No," he blankly answered. "I was told to take anything that we didn't want to leave behind in that house and come here." They both exploded after that. He didn't understand why they thought he was being blackmailed by a villain. Surely they're just overreacting to the situation? "Shuto," Natsuo clamped both of his hands down on his shoulders. "Baby bro candy cane. Can you tell us who told you to do all that? Are you in any danger? Is Endeavor the one who set this up somehow?" He stared blankly back at them. It was Viridian, the vigilante that's been pranking Endeavor. "I told you before that he said he was coming to help us. But I don't understand how burning down the house helps." They both balked at him. "Shuto," Fuyumi anxiously and softly said. When exactly did you meet with Viridian? He came into the backyard and talked during one of Endeavor's business trips last week. Their eyes bulged out even further. He paused, taking in their expressions before the realization struck. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Natsuo got down on his knees and screamed into a pillow. Fuyumi just fainted. As it were, Shudo was the only one available to answer the call from the police to check up on them and confirm they were all okay before an officer came by to pick them all up. Shudo stared a little too long at the officer's cat ears and missed his introduction before being ushered into a car, Fuyumi already awake and still pale. They had a choice of being interviewed separately or altogether, and his siblings readily jumped on the second option before Shudo even realized what was being asked. So here he was, sitting on a couch sandwiched between his siblings who were oddly close to him, with a mug of tea in his hands and a blanket around his shoulders at their request. They were in a nice, homey room with another navy couch opposite of the coffee table. There was a window with the blinds drawn closed, and multiple houseplants scattered throughout the room, and a cupboard that had blankets, snacks, and a coffee pot. It was a standard office setup. Not that Shudo has ever been in many offices, since he's always at home either eating, sleeping, being homeschooled, or training. Actually, when was the last time he went out before today? There was a knock on the door. His siblings automatically tensed, before forcing themselves to relax when the door opened. A tall man in a trench coat and hat greeted them. He tipped his hat and said, "Hello. Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shudo, right? I'm Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, one of the officers in charge of your case." Fuyumi bowed, having adopted their mother's penchant for being polite. "It's nice to meet you, Detective. Though it would be better under different circumstances." The detective nodded, not unkindly. He took a seat on the couch and sat a briefcase down on the cushion next to him. He took off his hat and settled it down on his briefcase. "I'm going to be blunt with you three. You're all free to leave this conversation at any time, especially you, Shudo." He frowned a little. "Me?" The detective nodded solemnly. "Would you all mind tell me if there was anything strange that happened prior to the mansion catching fire?" Natsuo nudged his elbow. Shudo blinked at him in confusion, and his older brother sighed. "Why don't you tell the detective about your encounters with Viridian?" That he could do. So he recounted the past. 2 and only instances he had with the vigilante, if you could count the one earlier today with the note on his window as one. The detective looked significantly more tired as the story wore on, and Shudo had to wonder if he was somehow boring the man despite keeping the tale brief. The older man sighed by the time he finished, pinching the bridge of his nose and muttering something under his breath. He thought he heard something about alcohol, but he figured he just misheard. "Okay, that confirms his involvement with the case." He muttered the last line as he took his briefcase. He popped it open and extracted a folder the thickness of an encyclopedia out before setting it on the table. He put the case away and turned the folder so that the opening faced them. "Earlier today, we received this at the precinct that is believed to have come from the vigilante, Viridian. According to our sources, he was concerned what was happening behind closed doors with Endeavor and well. The documents contained in here confirms it." Fuyumi gasped. Natsuo stood up and slammed his hands on the table, startling Shudo. He snarled at the detective and yelled out, "Bullshiz! You can't have gotten evidence on that man for what he's done after all these years." "Hee. Natsuo, please." Fuyumi pleaded. The detective shook his head, face still passive but not unfriendly. "It's the truth. Me and my men are still working through all the original documents, so what you see here are the copies that Viridian managed to collect. Though we're still unsure how he's able to get a hold of these items, what we're more concerned with is what these documents contain." He pulled out a file in the folder. Shudo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the name written in marker on the top. Rei Yukiyama. In here, we have records of a large transaction between Enji Todoroki's account and the parents of Rei Yukiyama's accounts. The detective pulled out a printout. It showed the bank records between Endeavor and the Yukiyamas, and how a significant amount of money had been transferred into the Yukiyamas over 2 decades ago. There was a note attached to it with a paper clip, the letters being printed out instead of handwritten. It simply, but shockingly read, transaction of when Enji Todoroki bought Rei Yukiyama from her family for a quirk marriage. Natsuo stared at the note in disbelief. He fell back to the couch and ran a hand through his hair, laughing incredulously. Holy shiz. This is real. The detective nodded. If you could, would you mind expanding on this further? Before we begin, I'm legally obligated to tell you that my quirk is lie detector, meaning that I can confirm anything you say as fact or fiction. All three siblings froze. Literally in Fuyumi's case, because there was a small frost spreading along the arm of the couch. Natsuo was quick to tell Detective Tsukachi everything about Endeavor. The quirk marriage, Tuya's disappearance and his father's lack of explanation to where he's been, his mother's mental breakdown when she heard her eldest had died and burned Shudo, all of it. The detective nodded at each point, bringing out the corresponding files and pieces of evidence for confirmation of each of these events before moving to the next one. And Shudo. Shudo was in shock. Fuyumi clutched her arms around him tightly, whether for her sake or for his, he did not know. His hands were shaking by the time Natsuo had finished. His eyes were wide. Is this all real? After a decade, too, for his siblings, of being trapped under that man's hold, are they finally going to be free? The detective looked determined. Not legally, not at first. But from the evidence gathered here today and your testimonies, it'll be enough to separate you from Endeavor while the investigation is underway. Moreover, because Viridian seemed to have joined forces with the fire villain from the Red Light District incident a few days ago to burn down the estate, it gives us the chance to place you all under protective custody. We'll have a team of trusted pro-heroes protecting you 24/7 until the matter is resolved. Unfortunately, Endeavor will have to know about your whereabouts and we can't deny visitation rights, but he'll only be allowed to see you under the strict presence of at least 2 of your pro-hero protectors. Oh my Kami, Natsuo gaped. Additionally, there's the matter of Shudo being a minor, the detective grimaced. Endeavor is still his legal guardian, but Fuyumi can petition the court to gain custody. Nevertheless, the process of gaining the court's approval for it can take a while, which places Shudo in jeopardy in terms of where he can go. Shudo's stomach dropped. Oh, so I'll have to go back to Endeavor then. Natsuo seethed. If you think you can take my little brother away from me, then I'll... The detective held up a hand and sent him a sharp stare. Your brother will not be sent back to Endeavor. Thankfully enough, I have 2 contacts who are pro-heroes with emergency foster licenses and a long history of taking in kids in legally precarious situations such as this one. In fact, they have another kid living with them right now that is Shudo's age. But, wait, we don't even know them, Fuyumi desperately pleaded. Or the other child. I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just trying to think about my family's best interests. Natsuo glared at the table angrily as the detective nodded. Understood. You both are free to visit Shudo at any time you want, though you'll have to arrange it with the schedules of my contacts. I don't know. His sister looked away, pained. Even if they're pro-heroes, Natsuo spat. That doesn't mean we can trust them. Look at Endeavor. He's number 2 and we just went over everything he's done to me, my siblings, and my mom. Hell, how do you even know if they're not abusing that kid the same as Endeavor did to us? Natsuo. Fuyumi quickly scolded. No, please, his reasoning is valid given your situation. The detective seemed contemplative for a second, and then pained. He sighed. Alright, I'm asking you this seriously, but how far would you trust Viridian? With my life, Shudo answered, not even missing a beat. His siblings turned on him, shock coloring their features. He glanced back at them and ran the pad of his thumb over the back of his hand, something Mom used to do before Endeavor drove her away. He got us out, didn't he? He kept his promise. He did what the others couldn't, so I trust him. Fuyumi looked close to tears. Natsuo winced and backed down. The detective nodded. I'm telling you all of this in confidence. Not a word of this should be spoken outside of this room, are we clear? The 3 siblings nodded their heads. 2 reluctantly, and the 3rd determinedly. The detective stared back solemnly. The contacts that I mentioned before. Well, they were personally asked by Viridian to adopt the kid currently under their care. Now that was a shock. Shudo blinked, eyes wide. His two siblings reacted their surprise even more expressively. What I'm saying is, Viridian trusts these two. A lot. He's extremely protective of the kid that's with them, and I highly doubt he would put the care of someone he's placed under his protection to someone that hasn't earned it, the man explained. If you want, you can meet one of them right now. He's in the precinct, so I can call him over so that you can get to know him a little more. That? Fuyumi swallowed. That would be nice. Thank you. The detective nodded. Alright, I'll just leave the room to give you a moment to think while I call him over. It'll only be a few minutes. The door shut-closed behind the man. They waited until his footsteps grew distant, before Natsuo swiftly rounded on his younger brother. Bro, little bro, tiniest bro. He shook his shoulder as Shudo looked at him in mild confusion at his alarm. Are you sure about this? I mean, it's one thing to have this guy prank Endeavor and like him for it, but he burnt down our entire house. Don't you think you're kinda jumping the gun a little too early for someone so dangerous? But I wasn't in the house, he pointed out, still confused. And he gave me ample enough time to leave the premises with all our belongings. Shudo, that's not the issue. Fuyumi looked nervous. She stared at him right in the eyes as her face turned desperate. He burned down our house. He blinked. I don't get it. Natsuo groaned loudly and gripped his hair, swearing loudly. Fuyumi just hugged him and ran her hands through his hair, which confused him even more. Well, at least he no longer has to go back to Endeavor. Not if Viridian is helping out. Dabi watched as Viridian was being hounded by his mother. The pink-haired chick left a while ago. Something about needing to check up on her babies, but a teen mom wouldn't be anything new around these parts. What is new is this Viridian guy. Living on the streets meant that he picked up how to read people and quick considering he's lived this long. Which people to avoid, which people to SCK up to, which are weaker than you, and which people you do not cross no matter what, otherwise you're screwed and death will be a mercy. And Viridian just fits into none of those categories. He's someone you would avoid but should have as an ally. He's a good person, but then he also has no qualms about burning down someone's house, even if it does belong to that JRK of a SPRM donor. He should be working either alone or with a friend, but he's got a mother with an iron spine patching him up without batting an eye. And then he also has a shitton of information about him and Toga, which raises a lot of flags, but he's still helping them out anyways. He's also pretty sure that he knows about his past as Tuya Todoroki, but he didn't comment on it any further after his initial deflection. So the vigilante is a freaking enigma and Dabi isn't sure whether to burn him or cooperate with him. For now, though, he supposes he can join forces with the little guy considering he did get to burn down Endeavor's mansion and get little Shudo out of that man's clutches. He's a little bitter that a pre-PBSNT kid managed to do it in 2 months when Dabi took a near decade and couldn't even come close to taking down Endeavor, letting alone save his family. But the fact of the matter is they're out. For now. And the kid's got plans on getting his family away from the abuser's influence completely, so Dabi won't turn him into ashes just yet. And if he likes the fact that Inko has turned into a mother figure in his life, he'd never replace his birth mother, and knew burning her son would make that go away. No one had to know. He sighed, slumping over in the ratty chair as he waited for Toga to wake up from her equally ratty mattress. The chair tilted to one side. He sighed again, getting up and bending over to fix the duct tape and splint keeping that one chair leg straight. The bed creaked. He will forever deny that he immediately shot straight up and was over by Toga's side in an instinct. Screw him, his older brother instincts never went away. Toga groaned and rolled over. She cracked open an eye and stared up at him. She squinted. Bye. He shoved a pack of blood at her and painkillers. He sneered. You seriously got yourself into a mess this time, vampire? She groggily sat up and swiped blood pack, screwing off the cap and eagerly drinking it down before swallowing the pills dry. Where'd you get the meds? Stole from a pharmacy again? He frowned. How much do you remember? She looked at him. Stealing from a pharmacy. He lightly flicked her forehead and she whined. I meant you being kidnapped, brat. Oh, she muttered, eyes glazing over. He took the glass from her hand and placed it on the floor away from them. I remember going out because I needed blood again. But then I got hit in the head? I dunno, head hurts. They didn't give me anything, not even their pretty blood. Not until the blonde kid came and gave me some of his? Oh, I wanted to see Marie. Well, Dobby huffed. Good news. That blondie you met is actually a greenette wearing a wig, and he's in the next room. Really? She lit up, then winced at the sudden movement and held her head, whimpering. Dobby rested a hand on her forehead. His body ran colder than a normal person's, which made him the go-to ice pack in their tiny, dilapidated apartment. She whined as he slowly pushed her back down on the bed. Was she warmer than usual? Or was he thinking that because of his cold body temp again? Hold on, I'll be right back, he murmured, standing up. There's a nurse who can help you out. She whimpered. Did you kidnap her? He snorted. No, she came with Greenie. She's his mother, apparently. Her face scrunched up. Do they have nowhere to go either? I have no idea, he replied, popping his head out the door and pattering down the hall. The mother and son duo were right where he left them. Greenie was lying down on the couch on his belly in a short pair of boxers, the burns and lacerations that traced all over the back of his torso and limbs an ugly sight to bear. Inko was pulling gauze and ointment to her with beckoning motions of her hands as she worked tirelessly to heal her son up. He cleared his throat. Without looking up from her work, she kindly asked, What is it you need, dear? A pang echoed in his heart. Toga's awake, but she may be running a fever. Can't tell. She nodded. All right, let me finish up here. Did she take her blood and pills? Yeah. Thanks for that, he muttered. Hey, he may be a low-life criminal, but he's a low-life criminal with decent freaking manners. Not a problem, dear. Let me know if you need any more. She tied the bandage up around her son's leg and nodded to herself. She stood up, a bright smile on her face as she cleaned up and put everything into a huge purse. I'll go check up on Toga and then leave for my shift. I left curry and soup for all three of you in the fridge, so help yourselves. Please, all three of you are too skinny. He nodded, already having learnt the first time not to say anything against her. She patted his arm and left, humming to herself as she went into the room Toga was staying in. He looked back at Greenie, still dead to the world. Do they not have any sense of self-preservation? They're in the apartment with two strangers, both of which are exceedingly dangerous and unstable individuals, and they're not even wary of them. Greenie's heavily injured and the woman doesn't look like she'd be able to defend herself. All he had to do is wave his hand and they'd both be incinerated. Or Toga can use them as throwing boards for her knives. So why did the woman leave her son so readily in the care of two strangers in their busted apartment in the bad side of town? Why did she make the trek to and from this place every day when they had a place that was cleaner and, more importantly, safer? How can she be so nonchalant about cooking for a guy with skin grafts and staples and a maniac who is always 2 seconds away from stabbing someone? Maybe it's the whole finding out her son was a vigilante thing. Yeah, that's it. There's bound to be some crazy shiz that goes down with it. He ran a hand through his hair. The door to Toga's room opened again and Inko stepped out, walking over to him. You're right, dear. The poor thing has a bit of a fever, but she'll recover in no time as long as she rests. You take care of her and my son, you hear? He nodded. Once again, you don't argue against her. Good. I'll see you all later, and don't forget to call me if anything comes up. She put on her sneakers and was out the door not a second sooner. Again, he'll never figure out how she manages to walk through this section of the city at night, alone, without having been mugged once. She's got a minor attraction quirk. It didn't even look like she had pepper spray on her. How is she able to defend herself? He sighed and ran his hand through his hair. Again, he'll never understand these two and that crazy pink-haired chick of theirs. Maybe it's better that he didn't. Holy shiznit, my fanfic actually inspired someone else's. Go check out Pause, Rewind by Remy Blunder, because holy shiz is this Izuku tired as all hell from constantly looping. Dobby, said man glanced up from his glass. The league's resident pipsqueak was staring back at him. His red eyes were boring into his with startling clarity, and if he was a lesser man he'd be shaking. But instead he lifted his brow in challenge. What is it, Shrimp? We need to talk. About what? He knocked the glass back, relishing in a different type of burn pouring down his throat. He slammed it down on the counter, getting a disapproving look from Kurogyri. He flipped a finger sight back and sneered. The Endeavor case. The Shrimp started off, leaning lazily against the counter. I noticed a very interesting connection between our dear number 1 and the HPSC. And what about it? He tried for a light tone, but it came out flat instead. Just, why don't we discuss this further upstairs? His eyes glinted. Privately. He scowled. The brat pushed himself off the counter and bounded up the steps, Dobby following with his hands buried deep into his pockets. They stopped at the top of the steps. The brat took out a key and inserted it into the lock of one of the doors and swung it open, gesturing for Dobby to come inside. It was normal. For lack of a better term. Plain sheets, plain walls, plain desk. The only thing of note was the large bookcases that dominated along the walls of the room, stuffed with row after row after row of weaknesses and battle tactics tucked away in composition notebooks bought at a dollar store. There was no reason to lock them away. No one could read their contents except Deku, and with Nizu out of the picture, that was really the hero's only chance of figuring out their plans. Deku sat at his desk and regarded him. What? He snapped. The brat picked up a folder on his desk and simply said, "This." He flung it across the room where it hit the floor and opened. Papers spilled out. He didn't understand what the hell he was looking at first, but then he caught the words and pictures and his blood ran cold. He clicked his tongue and hunched over. Alright, so you figured out that I'm Tuya Todoroki. Big whoop-de-doo. What are you going to do about it? I can get your mother and your siblings away from him, he plainly stated. His face hardened. And what makes you think I care? I didn't, but the way you got all defensive like a big brother bear just confirmed it. Thanks. Flames erupted along his hands. Drop the bullshiz, Deku, and tell me what you're after. Bored red eyes stared back at him. A lazy smile stretched across his face. I noticed dear Shudo has a fire aspect of his quirk, but I wonder, why did he only use his ice during the sports festival? Even when he was shivering on that final stage with Bakugu, he should have been using his fire to heat himself up at least. So that got me thinking. What if you went to him and dash? No, he instantly shot down. He'd never become a villain. It won't work. You sure? Deku shot back. We're hunting down the heroes after this. They'll have no support from the public. They'll be easier to take down. We'll be razing hero schools to the ground, and last I checked, Shudo is in Shiketsu. It'll be a slaughter fest. Are you threatening me? No, this was what Sensei had planned from the beginning, he shrugged. I can't stop it. Not that I even want to. I'm just saying that if you get your brother to join us, he'll get out of the crossfire and you'll have better ammunition to take down Endeavor. It's a situation where everyone benefits. He glared. Why are you telling me this? Deku flippantly waved his hand. Consider this as payment for helping me out in Kamino. I know you've been visiting your mother and coordinating our attacks away from the hospital she's at, not that I particularly care. You have 2 days to decide. 2 more weeks to convince Shudo of whatever before Endeavor happens, and 1 more week after that before we turn the remaining hero schools into ashes. We're on a tight schedule, Dobby. We can't afford any delays. Dobby clenched his fists. Fire bubbled under his skin, ready to be let loose. He turned around and left for Shiketsu instead. Shoyuta wanted to strangle that idiot vigilante. As in whip out his capture scarf, string him up on the tallest building in Mizudafu, and leave him there. It's only been a few days since the incident at the club before the vigilante decided to burn down the house of the number 2 pro hero. How the hell did that kid manage to pull that off? Isn't he on bed rest or something? Was Endeavor's security system not enough to handle an injured kid and a heavily scarred arsonist? He landed on a water tower. He plunked down and sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He needed a break. Viridian was enough of a handful to deal with before the club. But now that the public was aware of his existence and this, Viridian is no longer a name whispered by cops, heroes, and the backstreet. It's a name spoken on social media and on trains, and everyone was trying to root out the identity of this vigilante and his relation to the powerful fire villain that rampaged just a few days ago. Except calling him a villain has become controversial. After all, he managed to create a distraction that allowed Viridian to bust a quirk trafficking ring. It came at the cost of all the other buildings on the street and injuries from the panicked stampede that followed, so most people settled on calling him a vigilante. Someone who's joined forces with Viridian if this new incident has anything to say. He propelled himself off the tower and started along his route again. 1 month. 1 month since Viridian showed up and wrought chaos to all of Japan. It was Narahata all over again. The moment he popped into Shuda's life was when all semblance of peace ended, and now he has 2 problem children living in his home because they were both connected to Viridian in some way. And if that wasn't enough, one of them is the kid of the number 2 hero who has all the hallmarks of a textbook abuse victim, with his abuser demanding to meet him and no legal way to say no. He was sorely tempted to just take the kids, the cockatoo, his cats, and book it. What the hell did the world have against these kids? Why do they both have to be traumatized far more than any pro hero could handle? Is Viridian like this too? Is he going to be adopting more abused kids because of this vigilante? A click came over his comms. He continued moving, not wanting to lose the momentum, waiting for the other person to speak. Likely a nearby agency requesting backup. Hey Eraser. Any hope of a normal night went flying out the window and splattered on the tarmac. He pressed a finger against the device in his ear and snapped. Problem child, why did you burn down the home of the number 2 pro hero? It hasn't even been a week since the club. You're not going to ask how I managed to hack the hero network? Problem child, he seethed. I'm appalled you think that I'm the one going around and committing arson. Because I swear it was my friend this time who did it. I had to get Shudo Todoroki out of there somehow. Even with all the evidence I gave you, a case of domestic violence against Endeavor would drag on too long, and Shudo ran the risk of even more abuse given the flaming trash pile's temperament while it happened. So I did the next best thing. Ask my friend to burn his house down. Like I said, you can't commit domestic violence without a home to do it in. That was a highly reckless and dangerous maneuver, he retorted. You said you were waiting for preparations to be done over on our side. And I am. The vigilante chipperly responded. But who said that Shudo and his siblings had to be under Endeavor's roof while it happened? I knew you and Tsukachi would take Shudo in since he's met the ever-elusive vigilante Viridian, and because you have a habit of adopting hurt little strays like no one else. Plus, with the whole world watching Endeavor and his family because of this incident, he can't afford to make a move without causing a big scandal. So Shudo no longer gets abused, and the case against Endeavor can still continue without hero society toppling over. It's a win for everyone. Of course he's managed to plan all this out using someone he just met. Of course. And if he's concerned that the kid employed tactics on par with those seen in organized crime, then no one has to know but Tsukachi and the bottle of vodka he whipped out. Why are you contacting me right now? He gruffly asked, lashing his capture weapon out onto a fresco and hoisting himself over a wide gap between buildings. Yamada was helping Shudo settle in when I left. Kid seemed fine, if not curious of his new surroundings. Huh, guess you caught me. The vigilante sang. Also there's a robbery 5 blocks away, 3 brothers, all have metal manipulation quirks. Amplifier is in the area and has been notified. ETA 3 minutes to location. Good luck. Another click, and Viridian was offline. Shoyuta clicked his tongue and changed direction. It didn't take long to find the store because of an ear-splitting alarm that went off. Apparently the robbers were taking. Lucky cats? He sighed and dropped down, erasing 2 of the brothers' quirks, fighting Amplifier while he drop-kicked the 3rd. He's not paid enough to deal with this shiz. Tired violet eyes stared. Stoic but curious gray and blue stared right back. Wide green eyes belonging to a blonde man flitted nervously between them as Loudmouth yowled under the table for attention, plates of hot pizza in between them. It's pizza, Hitoshi slowly said, like one would with a cat blankly staring back. Bread. Then tomato sauce. Then cheese. And whatever toppings you want on top. The other kid turned his gaze to the slice of pepperoni on his paper plate. I can put soba on it. Hitoshi wanted to slam his head onto the table. No. That would make it taste weird. Oh. What about rice? Same thing as the soba. How do you eat this with chopsticks? Oh my Kami. Hitoshi groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. He looked at the kid. How the hell do you not know what pizza is? He blinked. I've never had it before. Then what have you had before? Cold soba, he answered. Miso soup, oden, sukiyaki, sashimi, kaiseki. Wait, the tired teen narrowed his eyes. Kaiseki? As in that one really expensive tasting. Course. The bicolor-haired teen blinked once more. It's expensive? Hitoshi felt his soul leave his body. Is it expensive? Yes. Is it expensive? He turned his gaze over to Yamada, who chuckled nervously and shrugged. Where'd you pick this guy up from again? He didn't, the new guy answered. Then who did? The tired man with the long dark hair brought me here. Hitoshi really did slam his head on the table this time. He knows his social skills are non-existent, but this guy might as well be dancing around with the freaking crown on his head. Then why are you here? He groaned. Oh, the other boy prodded his pizza innocently. It's because I had nowhere to go after Viridian set my previous residence on fire. His head shot up. I'm sorry, what? Yamada groaned as if he expected this. Please, I beg of you too. Eat before you swap stories with other. Okay, the expressionless boy went back to poking his pizza. I still don't know how to use chopsticks with this. It took 5 more minutes of explaining to Shudo. I don't like my last name, he bitingly explained, and Hitoshi filed away for later in case this guy decides to beat him up. That no, you don't eat pizza with chopsticks, you use your hands, wouldn't that be messy? He frowned. Hitoshi slowly took a wad of napkins and slapped it into his face, ignoring Yamada's ungodly screeching beside him. Then it took 10 more minutes of explaining to Shudo how to eat his slice without getting sauce all over his face. This is oddly spicy, he mildly remarked, and Hitoshi couldn't help but stare because this was pepperoni they were talking about. Suffice to say, by the end of the whole entire ordeal, Hitoshi was 100% convinced that Shudo was an alien. There was zero doubt in his mind. There's no other way to explain the train wreck that happened over the course of 20 minutes. So, the tired teen casually began once they got back to their room. There was only one guest room with one bed that was designated as Hitoshi's, so they didn't have anything for Shudo aside from a futon that he was surprisingly okay with. Viridian burned your house down. Care to share with the rest of the class how that happened? He blinked. He approached me a few weeks ago saying that he was going to save me and my family from my father. His brow furrowed. It wouldn't be the first time he's come across a kid like this, but it left a sour taste on his tongue nevertheless. The scar on the other kid's face didn't help the picture he was painting. Was he what? Hitoshi bit back a snarl and a grimace. Hurting you? Shudo looked thoughtful for a moment. Yes, he was. Viridian found out, so he told me to take everything I didn't want to leave behind in that house and go stay with someone else for a while. He burned down the house last night. Aha! The tired teen narrowed his eyes, specifically at the red hair and the one blue eye. Sperm donor wouldn't happen to be Endeavor, would it? The other boy immediately tensed. He glared. I'm not him. Never said you were, he smoothly replied. Guess I'm not the only one Viridian busted out of a bad home then. His angry demeanor dropped in an instant. His eyes were slightly wide and he could practically see the stars twinkling in them. Viridian is my hero. He snorted. I guess he's mine too. You hear about what happened in the club when Viridian's friends set fire to that one street? The other boy nodded. He rescued people being held there? Yeah. Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck, looking away. It was a quirk trafficking ring. I was one of the people he busted out. Viridian had his eye on me before then, so Aizawa and Yamada took me in because I'd go back to the foster system otherwise. I'm guessing that it's the same with you. I suppose so, he remarked. A phone rang. He reached into his duffel bag that lay beside him and dug it out. He held it up to his ear and answered. Hello. A soft, feminine, and distinctly worried voice filtered out through the other end of the line. I'm alright. I had something called bisa for dinner. Hitoshi dragged a hand down his face and groaned. Pizza. It's called pizza, Shudo. Oh, he paused. Shinso told me that it's named pizza. The voice turned exasperated. Nice to know that the other person shared his pain. He's the other person Viridian helped. He likes Viridian too. The voice goes quiet for a moment. And then a quiet scuffle, another conversation happening with someone else outside of the call, and then the voice came back. Shudo looked a little confused before saying, No, Shinso is a nice person. He groans a lot though. And whose fault is that? He inwardly snarked, staring at Shudo vacantly. Like his soul. I'll call you if anything happens or if I see Viridian again, he amicably responded. Good night. The call ended and Shudo buried his phone back into his duffel bag. It was quiet for a moment until Hitoshi whipped out his own phone and asked, Did Viridian really pull all those pranks on Endeavor? The boy with the heterochromatic eyes lit up. And that was how Yamada found them half an hour later, sitting beside each other on Hitoshi's bed as they broke the internet with the knowledge that yes, someone can confirm every single debacle Viridian dumped on Endeavor, and that person just so happened to have videos of the man ranting over dinner to prove it. They were gonna get in so much trouble with the adults in the morning, but honestly, worth it. Izuku hummed merrily to himself as he crossed off another goal from his whiteboard before adding a new one. He capped the pen and appraised the corkboard, feeling a rush of pride at everything he's accomplished. 5 months ago, he was living in a post-apocalyptic world with Eri by his side, clinging on to the last hope they had for salvation. Now he was here, over a decade into the past, rewriting history. His mother didn't die on that fateful April day. She's alive and he comes home to her smiles and kisses. Shinso wasn't in foster care. He was under the careful guidance of the Yamazawas, training to become a hero. Maybe he'll even get into the hero course without the sports festival this time. Shudo and his siblings were no longer under Endeavor's command, not fully at least, but there's a long way to go before Izuku can complete his promise to Dabi. Speaking of Dabi, both he and Toga were wary. It's difficult to reconcile the living with the dead in his memories, and his heart still aches knowing that his Toga and Dabi would never exist. Kami he hopes they never will. He doesn't want to hear Toga's screams when she found Magna, or see Dabi's charcoal body. The Toga and Dabi he knew are gone, but that doesn't mean he can't forge a bond with the ones still alive. And now for his last and most important operation to date. He pursed his lips. His fingers ran over the sketch tacked onto the wall. In the beginning it was hastily drawn, fingers and mind frantically trying to get down all the details before he forgotten. Then as time wore on, he added more details to smooth the image. Solemn red eyes. Cropped, wavy white hair. A horn peeking through choppy side bangs. Pink jacket, siblings' knives, combat boots. He has a location on the 8 precepts. He's remembered it from his past life. Every detail of every trade and facet of the organization. He just needed to be careful and confirm all of it. One little slip is all it took for this entire operation to go south. It's not like Endeavor where he can use the threat of public opinion and legal action to corner his opponent. This time, his opponent has a cult following and would not hesitate to take him down. This time, he has his sister's life on the line because of this monster. His fists clenched. She's the last one. After that, to UA, and taking out Shigaraki at USJ before he could become a serious threat. Then Kamino, then All for One, and then it'll be all over. From there. He closes his eyes and pushes it out of his mind. He'll come to that bridge when he gets there. He sighed, hobbling over to his bed and carefully laid down on his stomach. It was his first night back in their apartment. His mother had called the school and told them they had been in a villain attack and Izuku was recovering at home because of quirk-related injuries for the week, but he'll be there in class by Monday morning. Which is, in about 2 days since today was Saturday. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. His dreams were plagued by the same shrieking faces and bloody hands that condemned him for his betrayal. He saw his mother's corpse rising and howling in despair, crying out where she went wrong. He saw Eri's broken expression, asking why she never was a normal child and why he hasn't come for her yet. He saw Dabi and Toga as the Nomu ripped them to shreds to buy them time to skip. Kaken screaming as Ochako died in his arms before rushing at the Nomu in a blind rage. Mimi on that cot in the lab, weak and pale and nothing like the vivacious pink-haired inventor he'd grown close to. He dreamed of Shinsu's warm embrace before the others shoved him away, grief and horror marring his face as the blood dripped down the blade Izuku had stabbed into his back. He's had these nightmares for years. Some parts real. Some parts not. All conjured from his tortured mind. But they're easier to handle that night. He looks at all of them and tells himself that they're not failures, but reminders of what he's changing. He'll turn these shackles into determination. Those ghosts will haunt him forever, but their counterparts will live on from here on out. He can do it. Just you wait. Yet, unaware to the boy, something else stirred in the dark. Something that threatened to take his dreams and turn them to dust. Because the past never stays in the past and, well, the future never stays in the future.